This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol live. We're back from vacation week. I shaved. Do you know we're back to business? Opened up the phone lines. We're open early. It's the Hasan is on vacation, so you should watch the Troll Patrol live. Super Sunday back from vacation edition. Welcome. Good evening. We've actually been live on Twitch watching the Mehdi Hasan Jubilee, and my God, that was painful. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm looking smooth. I broke out a new razor and everything, so it's like as close as I could get. It's nice. We got a lot of shit to talk about. Trump said he was going to have Coca-Cola go back to using cane sugar. Coke says, nah, we didn't agree to that. Got all kinds of musical news. We're going to talk about Katy Perry. Nicki Minaj over here contacting my GOP mommy, Anna Paulina Luna. Something to do with her beef with SZA. And I don't even know that SZA knows that Nicki Minaj is beefing with her. This is really strange. Ooh. We're going to start off tonight taking the Chris Cillizza How Well Did You Follow the News This Week quiz. I was off. We didn't do the news every night. How well did I follow the news? This is going to be interesting. I did not pre-watch Andy. I've not taken it. You're gonna see me out, maybe fall flat on my face. We didn't do the Troll Patrol this week. We watched old TV shows. Tulsi claims that the Obama administration committed seditious conspiracy. Representative Jim Himes on the morning shows today says that's just preposterous. The head of ICE says they're willing to arrest anyone, not just criminals they're looking for. A Pentagon official working under Pete Hegseth has been fired. This is one of numerous individuals that have been fired working under Pete Hegseth. Trump ignoring questions about the Epstein files. Representative Stansberry on the floor of the House on Friday, taking the Republicans to task for not releasing the files. Got a lot of Epstein news. We're going to hear from Epstein's brother. We're going to hear from Epstein's ex. We're going to hear from one of the survivors of Epstein's horrific assault. It's a jam-packed show tonight. Right-wingers need to learn to feel embarrassment. That's what we learned from the Mehdi Hasan Jubilee. Here is your meme of the day. Possibly the meme that got me taken down from Facebook for good. Crushed ice. I don't think it was, but it's possible. How most people make it. How I prefer to make it. Kind of feel that the meme might be more impactful if it had a Mexican person. We had the Bear Latino. Perhaps Machete. Machete would be really funny. Hey. Remember how I went on a rant about how we had 4 representatives, 4 Democratic representatives. It has been 6 months since they were sworn into office. Just a little over 6 months since they were sworn into office after winning re-election. There has been 4 Democratic representatives die in office. Make that 5. Ooh, ooh. Holy shit. Dems walked out of a hearing last week that would advance the nomination of Emile Beauvais and Judge Janine from Fox. The Democrats are saying they and the parliamentarian say that the vote doesn't count. Republicans are saying no, the nomination's advanced. We're going to Minnesota, where a state senator was found guilty, expected to resign. Apparently broke into their ex-mother-in-law's house. I may have that wrong. Ex-sister-in-law, ex-mother-in-law, something like that. I got horrific. Now, I'm going to have to content warn you before we get to all the news coming out of Gaza. We've got clashes in Syria erupting in sectarian violence, apparently violating a Trump ceasefire. Russia hit with an earthquake. A boat capsized in Vietnam. 30 people injured after a man drove into a music venue in California. An off-duty Customs and Border Patrol agent was shot in the face in New York. We got an update on a man who murdered an American Idol producer. California man who dismembered his wife died in jail somehow. Several LA County deputies died in an explosion. Judges sentenced a store clerk in the killing of a shopper during the pandemic. I got wild footage from police chases. A fire truck was seized in a raid. I got a man posted video of his last takeoff after he died in a paragliding accident. I should be laughing over this. Trump says Jimmy Kimmel is next after getting Stephen Colbert fired from CBS, we think. As I said, Nicki Minaj asks Anna Paulina Luna, my possible GOP mommy, for help in her beef with no, 5 United States representatives, as in makes a difference in the balance of power in the fucking House, have died because they're too goddamn old. I should not laugh. Another one has had a heart attack and died. That one dude made a stink at the Trump, well, not a State of the Union, but Trump's address to Congress, and then died the next day. I don't blame you. I'm just now back from a vacation week. The news was too much for me. Oh, I wasn't finished running shit down yet. Katy Perry apparently got left hanging in the air after a wardrobe malfunction. We're going to tell you about the Gen Z stare. A man was sucked into an MRI machine because of his necklace, and he's died. And a sex festival sparked noise complaints as over 1,000 swingers descended on a sleepy town. All that and a lot friggin' more tonight on the Troll Patrol Live. Good evening. Welcome. Holy shit, we got a lot to talk about. It's been a hell of a week, but we're going to find out. We're going to start off the show tonight. This is Chris Saliza. Posted this quiz. This is the first time I'm looking at it. Swear, hand to God, hand on one of my kitty cats. First time I'm seeing it, I'm taking it with you guys. This is a how well did you pay attention to the news this last week? So I may bomb it because I didn't pay attention to the news all that much this last week. So this should be fun. What Democratic House member is leading an effort to force a vote on releasing the full Epstein files? Is it Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries? It is neither of them. Is it Sharice Davids? It is not Sharice Davids. It is Ro Khanna, not Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I knew I was correct. What conservative TV star said they would consider a run for Senate in Kentucky if Donald Trump asked them to? Scott Jennings. This is going to be super easy, isn't it? You don't even have to. I did not pay attention to the news last week. But me not paying attention to the news is probably still consuming way more news than the average person, isn't it? What medical condition did the White House disclose this week that President Donald Trump is suffering from? It is not diabetes. Chronic venous insufficiency is the one. Dementia would be true as well. He wasn't actually diagnosed with it, or they didn't disclose it. But it wouldn't be shocking to me. What potential 2028 Republican candidate visited Iowa this week? Oh, you know, I'm not sure. I know the Democrats that were in South Carolina. I don't know I'm going to take a wild stab at the dark and say it was Glenn Youngkin. Boo! It's a very educated guess. Because he wasn't going to be Marco Rubio, Tucker Carlson. I didn't figure I would have known if he'd been there, I guess. There are 22 Republican Senate seats up in 2026, which is the only one in a state that Kamala Harris beat Donald Trump in 2024. But New Hampshire. Or is it Maine? $22 Republican Senate seats, which is the only one in a state that Kamala Harris beat Maine. Almost. See, most people said New Hampshire. Which member of Trump's cabinet recently moved to live on a military base in Washington, D.C.? Moved to live on a military base in Washington, D.C. I had not heard this story, but that sounds like a Pete Hegseth move. Incorrect. Kristi Noem. Oh, the other poser. Wow. What soft drink did Donald Trump say would now be using real cane sugar? I just covered it in the billboard. It's Coca-Cola, but that's not true. Who did Stephen Colbert succeed as the host of The Late Show of? Oh, fuck, that's easy. My idol, David Letterman. Who won the Democratic special election primary this week to replace the late Arizona Democratic Rep. Raul Grivarla. Was it his daughter? Probably. What odd object, another educated guess on that one. What odd object sold for just over $5 million this week at Sotheby's? No goddamn idea. No earthly idea whatsoever. A Sequizza t-shirt. I don't even know what Sequizza means. A piece of the Rosetta Stone uncovered in Egypt. Rock from Mars, a dinosaur fossil. Probably a dinosaur fossil. Nope. A rock from Mars. So I got 2 wrong. I'm in the top 35. I didn't know about Christy Nome at the military base, and I had no idea about the rock from Mars. Remember, I've been off this week, but I don't know that I would have seen the rock from Mars. Probably, maybe, I don't know. Had I been doing the news? You wouldn't think somebody would be allowed to sell a rock from Mars. I kind of feel embarrassed. I thought I was going to get them all. Boo. But I wasn't doing the news, so I have a good excuse. Let me slide this time. Coming back from it was a fun piece to do. Coming back from vacation. If I can remember, we'll continue to do it if I see it again. That was Chris Saliza. I used to report for the Washington Post and CNN. Now he's got his own thing, I think. Tulsi Gabbard threatens prosecution against Obama administration officials for treasonous conspiracy. The Trump administration has repeatedly targeted critics of the president and has sought to relitigate the 2016 and 2020 presidential elections. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard called for several Obama administration officials to face criminal prosecution for participating in a treasonous conspiracy surrounding the 2016 election on Friday afternoon, the latest example of the Trump administration targeting critics of the president. In a newly declassified report, Gabbard on Friday alleged the officials manipulated and withheld key intelligence from the public related to the possibility of Russian interference in the election. In a Friday afternoon statement, Gabbard said she would provide all related documents to the Justice Department to deliver the accountability that President Donald Trump and his family and the American people deserve. No matter how powerful, every person involved in this conspiracy must be investigated and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law to ensure nothing like this ever happens again. The DOJ declined to comment on Gabbard's comments. The ODNI's memo names former DNI James Clapper, former CIA Director John Brennan, and former FBI Director James Comey, among others allegedly involved in the White House's review of possible Russian meddling in the election. The administration has routinely targeted the critics of the president and has sought to relitigate the 2016 and 2020 presidential elections. The president has repeatedly criticized former intelligence officials for their effort to probe the Kremlin's possible attempts to interfere in American politics, with Trump accusing Comey of leading a corrupt and vicious witch hunt. So basically, from what I can tell, because right-wingers just go fucking nuts with things, the central claim is that Obama received a presidential daily briefing that said that Russia did nothing to interfere with the vote tally or hack any kind of election machines. And the administration is now saying, See, they knew Russia didn't interfere, but they concocted this idea that they did interfere, when the allegation was always that Russia, through the hack and dump operation with WikiLeaks, through a coordinated campaign on Facebook, looked to spread disinformation and pit U.S. citizens against each other. It was never that Russia tampered with voting machines. Now, if anybody can present to me evidence of what they are accusing that is something different than that, I've tried. I even downloaded, it's 114 documents that she released. I've skimmed through them and I'm like, ugh, I'm not reading this. But as far as I can tell, that's their claim. And that's just bullshit. And then right-wingers are like, lock Obama up. Because they have no idea what they're like. Explain to me what Obama did, please, and what law he broke. Trump has stripped the security clearances of prominent Obama and Biden-era officials and has long promised investigations into public figures he views as enemies. In April, he ordered an investigation into Christopher Krebs, who ran Trump's cybersecurity and infrastructure security agency during his first term and prominently pushed back against Trump's stolen 2020 election mythology. Clapper and Brennan did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Comey declined to comment. Gabbard's Friday report centers on intelligence that foreign adversaries did not use cyber attacks on election infrastructure to alter the U.S. presidential election outcome. That's what I can find. That's the claim, because you need a claim. You need to tell me what the claim is. So that's the claim they're making in an attempt to discredit larger investigations into the warnings about Russian meddling in the 2016 election. Obama-era officials said shortly after the 2016 election there was no credible evidence of voting totals being manipulated, even as a third-party candidate filed for recounts in swing states. Mark Elias, a powerful Democratic attorney who represented Hillary Clinton's campaign in 2016, said in response to the recount that the campaign had not uncovered any actionable evidence of hacking or outside attempts to alter voting technology. Jim Himes accused Gabbard of rehashing a decades-old false claim about the Obama administration. Himes was on with the morning shows today. On Face the Nation earlier.
House Intelligence Committee Representative Jim Himes. He joins us from Connecticut. Good morning to you, Congressman. You are on the Financial Services Committee, so let's pick up right there. The Supreme Court indicated the President of the United States does not have the authority to fire the Fed chair unless there is cause. It sounds like the White House...
I'm glad they brought this up. This was not a story that I had time to cover.
Go ahead with it. What happens?
Yeah, well, Margaret, the last question you asked the secretary shows what a con man he is. And I just listened to his whole thing. And, if you're over the age of 5, you've dealt with hucksters and con men. Everything's going to be great in 2 weeks. By August 1, we're going to have a deal. The American people are going to be so happy. Complete failure to understand the facts, right? He said that tariffs are paid by foreign countries. Tariffs are not paid by foreign countries. He said Jay Powell is torturing the American people. Margaret, you didn't have the time, but if you'd had a minute, you would have said, wait a minute. There's a federal open market committee that is comprised of 7 Fed governors and all of the heads of the central bank offices around the country. That committee, comprised of people who have been appointed by Democratic and Republican presidents, set the interest rates, right? Mm-hmm. So this notion that Jay Powell is unilaterally stopping a decline in interest rates, which, by the way, in the face for those folks who know a little bit about economics, in the face of upticking inflation, which we're seeing, would be absolutely bananas. So what you just saw was a masterclass by a huckster and a con man who uses words like torture that are very, very dangerous words, not just for the economy, but for the physical safety of people like Jay Powell.
No, he's a Democrat. He's the ranking member on the Finance Committee.
To be clear, that's why I said it's not the chairman's unilateral decision for exactly the reason you raised, that there is a committee that makes the decision. The inflation rate for the CPI was 2.7%. If you strip out food, energy and food, which is more volatile, it's up 0.2%. So that the economic data is what we are pointing to there, not opinion on pricing. But is there congressional pushback that can be...
I think I might have cut off her intro. Yeah, he's the ranking Democrat on the Finance Committee. Democratic Representative Jim Himes.
Interestingly,
from Connecticut.
Inside the White House, and I don't know who it is. My guess is it's maybe the Treasury Secretary.
Oh, Intelligence Committee. I'm sorry.
And this is a very difficult thing to say to a person like Donald Trump, that if you fire the Fed chair, either illegally, which they're happy to do, or because you trump up some baloney-like charge associated with a renovation of the headquarters, there is going to be a massive market reaction because you cannot lie to the capital markets. We saw this the day after Liberation Day, before we all were familiarized with the taco trade. The day after Liberation Day, the stock and the bond markets took a nosedive. So my guess is that somebody's saying to the president, because he doesn't care if he follows the law or not, and the law is very clear that he can't fire the Fed chair, but somebody is saying to the president, the economic instability that gets caused when the cornerstone of the global economy and capital markets all of a sudden has a politically driven interest rate policy, I think that's the one thing that's holding them off.
Congressman, we're going to take a quick break and continue our conversation on a variety of topics we need to bring up with you on the other side of it. Stay with us.
That's understandable.
Welcome back to Face the Nation. We are continuing our conversation now with Connecticut Congressman Jim Himes, who is the ranking member on the Intelligence Committee. Congressman, I want to pick up on that topic. Just statement of fact here. A bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee investigation found that the U.S. intelligence community's assessment of Russian interference in the 2016 election was correct. They deemed it to be so on a bipartisan basis.
Yes.
I'm saying that because today and yesterday, the director of the intelligence community, Tulsi Gabbard, has said that she is referring for prosecution former American officials she accused of treasonous conspiracy, a years-long coup against President Trump, because they assessed Russia had tried to influence the election. This is weeks after the CIA director issued a report critiquing the tradecraft that went into that 2016 assessment. Is there any legal basis for any kind of prosecution here?
None. Absolutely none, Margaret. What you saw from the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was not just a lie, but a very dangerous lie, because when you start throwing around language like sedition and treason, somebody's going to get hurt. Now, you pointed out that the Senate committee, then led by Marco Rubio, a Republican and now Secretary of State, found unanimously that Russia meddled in the election to try to assist Donald Trump. John Durham, special counsel appointed by Donald Trump, investigated this, found that the Senate report was correct. Now, what Tulsi is doing, it's a little sleight of hand, but it's worth focusing on. She is saying that the Intelligence Committee early on said that the Russians could not use cyber tools to mess with the voting infrastructure, the machines that tally our votes. And that was true then, and it is true now. Though the Russians tried to break into a couple of states' election technical infrastructure, they didn't do it. But it is well known and well established that the Russians hacked into the DNC and undertook any number of other influence operations, including buying reams of Facebook ads to discredit Hillary Clinton. That is not in contention, right? And what is horrifying about this whole lie out of Gabbard is, number one, it puts people at risk. And right now,
so my assessment was correct.
On MAGA online are just going out of their minds based on a lie. And number two, the intelligence community is full of very, very good people who do their jobs.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Their leader do something that each and every one of them knows is dishonest, and it is a really, really bad thing for the safety and security of the American people when that dynamic is out there.
Listen, for anybody to be involved in law enforcement, you have to be some semblance of a sociopath, psychopath. We want them to be like that, right? You got to be able to pull the trigger. You got to be able to handle the gory details of these. But that's why you have to keep them on a short leash. That's why you have to have a lot of oversight of any kind of police agency. That includes the intelligence community.
That Senate report is online. The findings are there.
You can't be like, oh, they're heroes. Just let them run a mook.
There, and it's an important one in influence versus physical hacking.
By the way, Margaret, if I may, you asked about the referral. Here's the test. This is Epstein all over again. Criminal referrals. We're going to prosecute Barack Obama. Treasonous and seditious. Here's the thing, and I hope that 4, 5, 6 weeks from now, don't take it from this Democrat. 4, 5, 6 weeks from now, let's see if this administration, Tulsi Gabbard accusing a former president of treason, let's see if they bring charges. They won't. They won't, because there's not a judge in the land, not a single judge, who will treat this with anything other than laughter that will be heard from the Atlantic to the Pacific in this country. So the test of this is,
Trump's used to that.
Now, is the DOJ bringing charges? And the answer to that is no. And now we're going to be an Epstein world where, wait a minute, treasonous conspiracy by a former president. Why isn't the Department of Justice bringing charges? And the answer to that question is that it is a lie.
Come on, man.
Understood. On the other topic I want to ask you about, as a Democrat, the New York Times, the DNC is reporting the DNC's examination of what went wrong in the last election is going to steer clear of the decisions made by the Biden-turned-Harris campaign. You were very direct early on in calling for then President Biden to drop out of this race. You don't parse your words normally. Do you actually think it is possible for your party to self-diagnose problems without looking at the presidential race itself in terms of the candidates?
Look, we need to acknowledge, and all of America saw it on the night of that disastrous debate in the July before the election, that Joe Biden was not going to win.
I still think Joe Biden's a better
That was
candidate
not
than
just
Trump.
evident in the debate, it was evident in the polling that his people were keeping from him. Okay, so that is a fact. Now, Democrats are a big tent party. We go from Joe Manchin, who's practically a Republican, to AOC, who is a Democratic Socialist. So we always have a struggle in coming up with sort of one set of policies, one set of messaging, and it's particularly hard to do when we don't have a presidential candidate. A presidential candidate, of course, attracts the attention as sort of the one person who must run nationwide and speak for the party as a whole. Right now, we're having a lot of conversations with a lot of different views, and I understand that's enormously frustrating to Democrats who are so upset over the result of the election. But, other than fight back with the tools that we have right now, we've got to be introspective about what we have done wrong that resulted in a dramatic win by Donald Trump in 2020. There's an awful lot of rage in the Democratic Party, and my message to my Democratic friends is fine. I get the rage. Believe me. I was in the chamber on January 6, 2021, and worried for my own life. But the thing to do right now is to be introspective and ask yourself, what can we do better to appeal to more people, including those people that we have lost time and time again in elections?
15 months out from the midterm races. Congressman Jim Himes, thank you.
Himes on CBS this morning. Ponder Monkey, welcome in. Maddie B, welcome in. Kensai, of course she voted with Nancy Pelosi 97% of the time because she is in the Democratic Party. Like, I don't know. I never understand the critique of people saying that, oh, they voted with their party 90-something% of the time. That's what parties are about. I mean, if you're voting with Nancy Pelosi against Republican legislation, of course, or if you're voting to pass, in the few times you get to pass legislation during the Biden administration, you're voting to pass legislation, of course you're going to vote with your party. And hold on, I'm going to show you another reason. I need to just have this picture handy so I don't have to go looking for it every time. I'll show you another reason that you should vote with Nancy Pelosi. She's got 2 reasons to vote with Nancy Pelosi. God damn it. There we go. There are 2 gigantic reasons to vote with Nancy Pelosi. I mean, like, we aren't talking about heroes that are fighting for the people. I get frustrated with people putting too much stock into politicians. Like, there's not one politician that's going to come save us all. You can't put all your hopes. Like, politicians are just tools. We do what we can. Ban JustinFREAKIN. There are 2 gigantic reasons to vote with Nancy Pelosi. Woo.
A titty slap! What the? Come on now.
That's Nancy Pelosi's titties. They're nice. People want to criticize her, but She can be my GOP mommy. I'm a boob. Yeah, we're leftists. We're supposed to believe in collective action, not put people up on a pedestal and hope they're gonna come and save us and shit. And like, I don't know how I feel about AOC's vote on the Iron Dome. I feel like if it was me, I'd probably have voted against it. But then I was like, you know, most people voted. It's one of those weird things. Like, she didn't vote for Green's amendment, but she voted against the bill. And I know that's fucking Washington insider jargon. AOC's getting in there and playing the game. YouTube, how are you, my friend? Are you wanting to see Nancy's boobies again? Carla, welcome back. Thank you for the resub. If Nancy Pelosi is your congresswoman, then Nancy Pelosi was just on the screen with her 2 gigantic mammaries. The director of ICE, Todd Lyons. Oh God, it's her again. Was on with CBS this morning.
Mass deportation was one of President Trump's biggest campaign promises. 6 months into his administration, Immigration and Customs Enforcement has deported nearly 150,000 people thus far. And with the recent passage of Trump's tax and border bill, the agency will be getting an unprecedented infusion of funds, becoming the highest funded law enforcement agency in this country. Our immigration
insanity.
Camilo Montoya Galvez spoke with the acting director of ICE.
All you right-wingers, they are putting more money into ICE than is going into working on child sex trafficking or public corruption or anything like that. Shit that I actually care about.
Todd Lyons this Friday, and he began by asking whether the new money will help the administration meet its goal
This is
of
the
1
head of
million
ICE.
deportations per year.
I definitely think it's possible. One thing, though, that ICE is historically known for in our mission is we detain to remove. We don't detain punitively. So people do hear that increase in the bed space, but it's not for long term. There's no reason for someone to linger in
Bullshit.
a facility after they've
I
been
call bullshit.
by immigration judge. We want to ensure that they can get back to their home country safely and quickly.
More than a dozen individuals are facing charges for that violent attack against an ICE facility in Texas. The Department of Homeland Security, as you know, has also reported a sharp increase in attacks against your agents.
I've been gone for a week. Is that guy still on the run? They caught everybody but like one guy, and he seems fucking awesome. And he might strike again.
What do you think is behind that?
I think the sharp increase in the rhetoric, especially from a lot of elected officials that are shaming, if you will, or speaking out against the ICE law enforcement mission is what's really increasing these attacks on officers. And that, unfortunately, the Alvarado incident down in Prairie Land, that is one that's really taken it to the next level. Just the increase is amazing. The fact that, like you said, 830% increase from last year.
Benjamin Song, yeah, they captured him like 4 days ago,
Attacks
unfortunately.
against ICE officers is connected to the broader increase in ICE arrests across the country. Because you're seeing more arrests, you're seeing more attacks too.
I think we're seeing both.
Let's take a pause in this, cover the story they're talking about. Arrested 4 days ago. He's been on the run for
And we begin with
A
breaking
month?
news in the search for a potentially dangerous suspect. The subject of a statewide warning is finally in custody tonight.
The blue alert was issued nearly 2 weeks ago after a group of men and women attacked a police officer in Johnson County.
Yeah, it happened on the 4th of July near a detention center in Alvarado. Authorities just arrested Benjamin Hanil Song more than 50 miles away at an apartment complex in far north Dallas.
WFAA's Tiffany Liu is live near Preston and Arapahoe to bring us up to speed tonight. Tiffany?
Yeah, well, Izzy, Chris, the scene just cleared within the last half an hour.
What'd you call me?
FBI agents were here for several hours. Now, neighbors tell me that it was extremely loud. They heard the gunshots, and when they peeked out their windows and when they came out of their doors, they saw this entire parking lot lined with FBI agents. I do want to show you a video that one of the neighbors sent to me. Imagine looking out your window of a normally very quiet neighborhood and seeing the rifles, the FBI in full gear. At one point in this clip, you can see them running around the other side of the apartment building, and in one of those units is where they arrested 32-year-old Benjamin Song, who has been on the state's most wanted list. This all stems back to the July 4th attack at the Prairieland Detention Center in Alvarado. Officials say that night, around a dozen people coordinated an attack on the ICE facility. Court documents show they lured an Alvarado police officer to the facility, then opened fire, hitting him in the neck. He did survive.
It was just like a bang, bang, bang. So I came out, kind of walked my dog, and then I seen all of these FBI unmarked vehicles and everything. I mean, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I feel like it's very unfortunate, you know, that something like this is happening.
Officials believe Song purchased
Man's a
4
hero.
guns found in connection with that shooting. Song is charged with 3 counts of attempted murder and 3 counts of discharging a firearm during a violent attack. Now, sources tell us that when he was found, he was with an accomplice, but that individual's file is still federally sealed at this point. This will make the 15th arrest in connection to this shooting. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Tiffany. You heard Tiffany mention 15 people. That's because they took him into custody just a couple hours after announcing 2 other arrests in this case. According to a criminal complaint, John Thomas and Lynette Sharp are accused of helping Song get away from police. Authorities say Thomas got him out of the area of the detention center,
Good on them.
took him to a home in Dallas, and then brought him clothing. Sharp is accused of using the Signal app to plan to transfer Song to another person right around July 7th.
DJ Dub saying, surprise, there's not more attacks on Border Patrol agents. I don't know that this one had to do with the fact that he was Border Patrol.
Border Patrol agent shot in the face in New York City. This video of the scene obtained from the Citizen app. Police say 2 men ambushed that agent in what appears to have been an attempted robbery. One of them in custody being questioned. Homeland Security officials say that person of interest is an illegal migrant career criminal from the Dominican Republic with a rap sheet that includes a robbery and a stabbing earlier.
Had he been casing him?
News Nation's Marcus Espinoza live in Manhattan with the latest. Marcus, good afternoon.
Hey, Nick, good afternoon. Yeah, all hands on deck here for law enforcement. Of course, City Police, 33rd District Police Precinct here behind me as well. And, of course, federal agencies involved, Homeland involved as well here right now. After that federal agent was ambushed and shot, police have the suspected shooter in custody. If we can go full screen on the video here of the alleged incident, it's really remarkable when we go.
Wow.
See 2 people, 2 suspects police identify as pulling up on a moped there. This is near Riverside Park, okay? This is just before midnight. The officer was sitting on the rocks there, kind of near the water. You will see a person in a white shirt, the shooter there, walk up to where the federal officer is, the Border Patrol agent who was off duty, go up, confront the off-duty agent there, and then you can see right there, shot fired, and then it appeared that shots were also exchanged there. The Border Patrol officer struck on the forearm and in the face. The perp was also hit. He ends up limping back here in just a few seconds, in about 10-15 seconds here, limping back to that moped, to that scooter, and then getting on there. You can see the driver of that scooter scrambling, trying to figure out what exactly to do, what kind of situation they just created for themselves here. Whole lot of trouble they're now in after doing that here. Cops back on the scooter. They flee the scene at this point. So let's bring up a picture here of one of the suspects. Police believe that this man, Miguel Mora,
insane
shooter. Authorities say he crossed illegally into the country. We'll get that picture up. There it is. He crossed illegally into the country through Arizona in 2023. Also, that video provided earlier of the incident through the Citizen app.
That's why it's wild that they would be illegal and attacking a Border Patrol agent, but it seems like it was just random. It was just random crime.
Shooter has 2 prior arrests for domestic violence in New York and an active warrant after not showing up for a court date. Also wanted on a robbery charge back of December of 2024 and a felony assault stabbing from January of this year, both occurring in the Bronx. He is in custody in the hospital, expected to be arrested today for both incidents. Right now, police believe the victim was not targeted in any specific way, appeared to be some sort of attempted robbery, according to authorities there. Police still looking for that second suspect. And also, U.S. Border Guard Tom Homan is heading here to New York, in contact right now.
Of course, they're going to try to use this for political gain.
The victim here, the Border Patrol agent that was shot in the face and in the arm right now as he attempts a brave recovery at this point. The second suspect still at large right now, so authorities still searching for that person at this point here. So right now, truly all hands on deck, as I mentioned earlier. But let's get to a quick soundbite from the mayor, who also spoke today.
Fuck Adams.
We have to be quick and swift to deal with those who believe they're going to inflict violence, not only on documented New Yorkers, but they are known to commit violence on undocumented New Yorkers. We expect our city and state and federal law enforcement officers to always keep an eye out for trouble, both on and off duty, and that's what we see in this incident.
Again, Nick, this happened at Riverside Park just before midnight. Truly, really is all hands on deck here as authorities are searching for the second party involved in this. They, again, do not think this was a targeted attack on the off-duty Border Patrol agent there. But again, the fact that this was an off-duty Border Patrol agent in this day and age right now, with immigration being such a hot topic right now, that now hitting the front door of New York City as police are investigating.
Yeah, they're going to make an issue of it. This happened on Saturday night.
Again, the Borders is also going to be heading here as well. Tom Homan will be coming here. He's in contact with the mayor throughout the day today, and they still have not located that second suspect. That active search is still ongoing.
Marcus Espinosa in Manhattan with the latest. Marcus, thank you so much.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below.
Oh, fuck you, Cuomo. I'm never going to watch again just because you're one of the anchors on that god-awful channel. Back to Todd Lyons, the director of ICE.
I think because we are more visible in the community, you know, there was recently people that talked about the amount of support that ICE had under President Obama. Well, during those times, we did make more custodial arrests, those arrests like you would
in jails.
In the jails, right? We weren't really out there. We just don't see that now with a lot of the sanctuary policies and just a lot of lack of cooperation. So you are seeing us out more. And I think there is more of attention, kind of like you said, the immigration mission is one of the forefront of this administration. So there's a lot of scrutiny and
yes, clearly
to it.
What do you say, Director, to the criticism that law enforcement officials, including ICE officers, should be identifying themselves and that the use of masks could be potentially dangerous, including because it could lead to imposters posing as ICE agents?
Yeah, and that's one of our biggest concerns. And I've said it publicly before. I'm not a proponent of the masks. However, if that's a tool that the men and women of ICE to keep themselves and their families safe, then I'll allow it. I do kind of push back on the criticism that they don't identify themselves. Men and women of ICE and our DOJ partners and local law enforcement do help us. They are identified on their vests. You can see the HSI, ERO, federal police officer, FBI on the back of the vest. So I would push back on the notion that we aren't identifying themselves. Now, what I would advocate...
Yeah, but that is not me being able to like take action against them.
A lot of elected officials have put
did they violate my rights
or proposed legislation,
report them to a superior,
things like that. I would also want, you know, elected officials to help us hold those people accountable that do dox or threat an ICE officer or agent or their family.
Dox.
So you will continue to allow ICE officers to wear masks during operations?
I will.
Do you know how many of the individuals arrested by ICE are people here illegally, but who also have serious criminal records?
Kirby, welcome in.
ICE is always focused on the worst of the worst. One difference you'll see now is under this administration, we have opened up the whole aperture of the immigration portfolio, meaning that if you're here illegally and ICE goes out and arrests someone that is released from a sanctuary jurisdiction or wanted in their home country, and an ICE officer finds other individuals with them who are in the country illegally, we're going to take them as well. One thing, though, that I'd like to highlight is the fact that foreign criminal records aren't in U.S. data systems. So when we do go out and, say, arrest someone that has an Interpol red notice because they're wanted in their home country, they're still a criminal, but under the American judicial standard, they don't have an American criminal history. But that doesn't mean they don't have a criminal history in their home country.
If your agents capture anyone who is here illegally, irrespective of whether or not they have a criminal record, that person
We're just out here arresting people in case they're criminals in their home country.
Yes, they will.
Those are called collateral arrests.
Correct.
We just, as you mentioned, rode along with not Border Patrol, but ICE agents in Maryland, and we saw the agents arresting sex offenders, suspected gang members, the individuals that the president has promised to deport from the country. He often talks about getting rid of the worst who are in the country illegally. But we have also seen ICE arrest day laborers.
Oh, now come on, CBS.
In some cases, farm workers, people attending their court hearings in immigration court. Is the policy still to prioritize the arrest and deportation of people who are here illegally, but also are violent offenders?
Yes, ICE is going to focus on the worst of the worst. And that's what we do need.
I do not believe it.
Resources on. That's one thing I've always said from the start. What's, again, frustrating for me is the fact that we would love to focus on these criminal aliens that are inside a jail facility, right? A local law enforcement agency, state agency, already deemed that person a public safety threat and arrested them and they're in detention. I'd much rather focus all of our limited resources on that to take them into custody. But we do have to go out into the community and make those arrests. And that's where you are seeing those increase of if we encounter someone, say, that is here in the country legally, we will take them into custody. In regards to the work site, like you mentioned, one thing that I really like to highlight, especially what kicked off June 6th in LA, is the fact that when you see ICE doing these work raids, like the marijuana grow farm, we are going there with criminal search warrants or criminal arrest warrants. Not only are we focused on those individuals that are
throwing tear gas at
illegally, we're focused on these
reporters.
American companies that are actually exploiting these laborers, these people that came here for a better life, either forced labor, child trafficking. A lot of these worksite cases just isn't a victimless crime of someone here working illegally. And that's why we're going there with these criminal warrants to focus on these American businesses that are trying to make an extra dollar on the backs of these people that came here for a better life.
So you are planning on holding accountable the employers, the companies that are hiring people who are here illegally, not just the workers?
100%.
Because that has been a concern.
It is.
Our colleague Margaret Brennan recently obtained...
Let's talk about that marijuana farm that he brought up. We covered the raid the other day.
A man's on his way to work when he drives up to the scene, and there's chaos and there's protests and an ICE raid on a California cannabis farm. That's when things went wrong for U.S. citizen and Army veteran George Redez Jr. George works as a security guard at the Glass House Farms in Camarillo. And you can see his white car right here being blocked by a wall of agents. He exited his car and tried to tell the officers he was going to work legally as a citizen. Agents then surrounded his car, banging on his windows. George, he tried to back away from the agents, but was pepper sprayed. His car engulfed. He says when he then was pinned down by two officers and then arrested. George was
also fuck them for attacking a marijuana farm.
Center in downtown Los Angeles.
Light one up, tip one back.
No charges were filed. He had no access to an attorney, and he missed his 3-year-old daughter's birthday. The Department of Homeland Security said in a statement, George Redez was arrested and he has been released. He has not been charged. The U.S. Attorney's Office is reviewing his case, along with dozens of others, for potential federal charges related to the execution of the federal search warrant in Camarillo. George Redez Jr. joins me now. George, thank you for being here. When I saw this story, I mean, it's hard to believe what you experienced, because when you pulled up and you saw the chaos, what did you think was going on?
I kind of put two and two together that a protest was happening. I mean, the street was completely filled with people. It was a log jam. Cars lined up, people getting out their cars, and it was just a big crowd. So I kind of figured what was going on when I pulled up and saw it.
But as you're pulling up, I mean, you're a citizen, you're a veteran.
They descended on his car.
You were trying to go to work. Did you tell the ICE officers all this when you spoke to them?
It was the first thing I said when I pulled up to them and asked them and told them everything. I told them I was a U.S. citizen, that I worked there, that I was trying to get at work. I mentioned that I was a veteran. I told them all those things. I wasn't part of the protest. I'm not there to fight them. I'm just trying to get to work.
What'd they say?
They didn't care. They all just started yelling at me and started getting hostile.
Oh, yeah, they don't care.
They just started getting hostile.
And we see, as in the video, what's going on. The car engulfed, and you were pepper sprayed.
They enjoy.
You were also held for 3 days.
Being aggro.
No charges filed. You didn't have access to an attorney where you were held. What were you told during those 3 days about why you were there and how long you might have to be there?
I was told nothing, not a single thing.
3 days is insane.
Could you call somebody? Could you talk to anyone?
No, they didn't let me call anyone. They didn't let me talk to a lawyer. They didn't even let me shower when I was covered in tear gas and CO spray and my body was burning.
That's unbelievable to think that you were denied those things. I mean, you have said that you were put on suicide.
Really not unbelievable. I've seen what's been going on in this country.
Yes. Just dealing with that entire situation and what had happened with that entire incident that day. And then on top of all that, just knowing that I would miss my daughter's birthday, that was the biggest one for me. It's hard, if I'm being honest. Just knowing that I will never get that chance to know that I wasn't there. I wasn't even able to get her a gift. So it's a terrible feeling.
Of course, I can only imagine. I mean, what you were thinking at that time, and you are a father of 2 young kids. Your daughter was turning 3 while you were detained. But George, I keep going back to not only being a father and, of course, a human being. You are a veteran who served this country. When you look and reflect on how you were treated in that moment and what's happened just a week later, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling every feeling in the book. I just can't wrap my head around it. I still can't wrap my head around it. I missed a lot.
I hope he gets money out of this.
They locked me up, and there was just a lot to deal with, and a lot that happened. I just can't wrap my head around it, if I'm being honest with you.
Did you expect, when you said you were a veteran, to have been treated differently by the officers?
No. It shouldn't matter if I'm a veteran. It shouldn't matter if I was a citizen or not, or the color of my skin. No one should be treated that way at all, especially without questioning or just for no reason at all. Just because their emotions got the best of them. No one should be treated that way.
George Redez, thank you for joining and sharing what has happened. I'm sorry that you have...
That was the man arrested at the pot farm the other day. We watched it live. The siege go down. Let's do this. A group in Dublin, California, protesting the opening of a detention center.
Hear no hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome.
The women's prison was closed in 2024.
To speak up for the immigrant community.
They want to reopen it.
Ongoing arrests by ICE agents.
ICE has no business here.
The Trump administration has explored reopening the former federal corrections institution in Dublin and making it an ICE detention center. The former women's prison was closed last year following a class action lawsuit which cited years of sexual and physical abuse against inmates.
This Dublin prison has already had histories of abuse, of violence against women, of sexual crimes, and it should not be reinstated into an ICE detention center.
That place is really haunted by cruelty, haunted by evil. And why do we want to perpetuate that in our communities?
Seriously.
The voice of opposition is speaking out, the Japanese American community, comparing recent ICE raids to the internment of more than 125,000 Japanese Americans during World War II under the Alien Enemies Act.
I'm here because the Japanese were interned, my father was interned, and it can't happen again, but it is. It's happening. And it's almost shameful.
Here, there's no attack, there's no invasion, you know, but Trump has cited the Alien Enemies Act to detain and deport people without any due process.
It's unclear when or if FCI Dublin could be repurposed. Last spring, ICE officials told ABC 7 News it was exploring all options to meet detention requirements. In a statement, East Bay Congressman Mark DeSaulnier said, "I have been told as part of my ongoing oversight efforts, which included a recent visit to FCI Dublin, that there are no current plans for the facility to reopen as an immigrant detention center. But I continue to press for more information and assurances. I remain committed to continuing federal oversight to ensure FCI Dublin is never reopened in any capacity." While the future may be unclear, many activists and their allies will keep raising their voices.
I believe that we will win.
In Dublin, Cornell Bernard, ABC 7.
I'm sure they got some quotas to meet. They need to line the pockets of some contractors. That's their plans for building more facilities. They visited Alcatraz just a couple days ago, Friday. Pam Bondi visiting Alcatraz. Let's go to the Fox News. I should not laugh at this. This is just absurd. God damn it, Smokey.
You might have heard the Trump administration is looking at making Alcatraz a prison once again. But it would take millions of dollars in renovations to reopen Alcatraz. The current tourist attraction also needs to be converted from its national park status back to a Department of Justice-owned facility. David Spunt has more.
Thank you so much for coming out today. Alcatraz Prison, The Rock, an infamous symbol of law and order in American history, and President Trump wants it reopened.
It could hold anything. This is a facility, needs a lot of work.
Fox News joined Attorney General Pam Bondi and Interior Secretary Doug Burgum for an exclusive tour of The Rock, now part of a national park.
Alcatraz is the brand known around the world for being
the brand. It is beyond dystopian. Yeah, DJ Dub. To refer to a prison as a brand is beyond disgusting. What kind of dystopian fucking bullshit is that? My God.
Park. Alcatraz is the brand known around the world for being effective at housing people that are in incarceration.
The uphill climb to turn this
facility
back into a working prison far steeper than the hill tourists see when they step on the island. The island itself has no direct water or electricity from the mainland across the bay in San Francisco, but that's not stopping these two cabinet officials from getting cost estimates and other information to bring back to the Oval Office.
We need beds. We need to make California safe and all of America.
The island first held military prisoners in the 1850s, but became famous after it opened in 1934. Its residents included mobsters Al Capone and Machine Gun Kelly. Prisoners that were sent here to Alcatraz were already serving time in other federal prisons, but were so bad it was believed that this building, surrounded by the shark-infested frigid waters of San Francisco Bay, would do the trick. The Bureau of Prisons maintains no one has ever successfully escaped to freedom, with prisoners who tried likely drowning in San Francisco Bay. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who represents San Francisco, calls the idea, quote, the Trump administration's stupidest initiative yet.
President Trump is all about.
It is not. It is not the stupidest initiative yet. Hands down. It's pretty dumb, though.
Keeping America safe. That's what Nancy Pelosi should be caring about with the violent crime happening here in California.
Officials estimate the cost to reopen Alcatraz to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars, but the real estate-minded president might find that to be a worthy challenge. On Alcatraz Island, David Spunt, Fox News.
David
As a
Spud?
tourist attraction, I thought it was pretty cool.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Fuck you, Sean Hannity. Fuck you. I think his name was Spud, though. Was that the reporter's name?
State-minded president.
Oh, Spunt. Spunt. What kind of a fucking name is Spunt? That's what the meth whores want to do. They want to get spunt. Spunk. Oh God, I made the noise and everything. Poopin', welcome in. Who else have I missed? I'm sorry. Oh, Stelly, thank you for being a freaking follower. Krell, did I tell you good evening? It got fucking smoky over here in my lap again. YouTube, Samson, welcome in, friends. Carla, my lord. Oh, I have, Celandon Blue? Did I get close to your name? Welcome in, friend. I just saw you. Bros, did I tell you good afternoon, good evening? Depending on where you are. I'm sorry if I didn't get you. I try to give everybody a personalized shout out. Welcome in. The Hasan is on vacation, so you should watch the Troll Patrol Super Sunday edition. I've been on vacation the past week. We've been watching classic TV shows on Twitch as opposed to doing the news. I wanted to find out what that news be doing. But we back to business. I even shaved. So you know we back to business. Somebody who's not going to be getting back to business is the senior Pentagon advisor. He apparently alleged that a colleague called the cops on him, and then he got fired by Pete Hegseth. So Justin Fulcher, not Felcher, Justin Fulcher. I said, hey, poopin'. And I might. Is it a nice asshole? Have you washed it recently?
Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
Justin Fulcher. The senior Pentagon staffer and advisor to Pete Hegseth has been ousted, marking at least the sixth person under the defense secretary to quit within the first 6 months in office. Justin Fulcher, who recently made headlines after accusing a colleague of calling the Pentagon police on him, will no longer serve as a senior advisor to Pete Hegseth. Fulcher began at the Defense Department working under Elon Musk's Doge before he was promoted in April to serve as a senior advisor to Hegseth. At the time, Fulcher, along with several other aides to Hegseth, joined a new Defense Department leadership team created in the wake of Signalgate, where top officials gave the Atlantic editor-in-chief Jeffrey... That seems so long ago now. Where top officials gave the Atlantic editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg a front-row seat as they discussed implementing strikes on Houthi terrorists in Yemen. Fulcher made headlines earlier this month after a Washington Post report revealed he allegedly stormed out of a meeting and complained to his boss, Hegseth, that Yenin Weiss, Elon Musk's pick to lead Doge, had reported him to the Pentagon Force Protection Agency. So that's a picture of Justin Fulcher. Since January, at least 6 of Hegseth's top advisors have left the department. According to the Post, the former Fox News personality entered the role with little prior experience and has drawn criticism for his early missteps. Meanwhile, Fulcher, who previously ran a telehealth startup that went bankrupt. Yep, that sounds right. That checks. Seemingly overstated his credentials before he was hired to work at Doge, including claiming a doctorate in international relations and affairs from Johns Hopkins. According to a Forbes report from earlier this year, in a statement to the Post, Chief Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell said it was not fair to characterize Fulcher's departure as a firing and called him a great guy. Purgatorus, welcome in. Lie on your resume. It does not matter anymore. If you have a bachelor's degree, you've got a master's degree now. If you got a master's, you got a doctorate. Just go ahead, mark yourself one step up. I've never had anybody check to see if I actually have a bachelor's degree. So I got a master's degree now. Like, who the fuck is going to check? You know, I was almost the regional manager of Walmart Portrait Studios. Portrait Company of America went under in 2006. I was the regional manager of Walmart Portrait Studios, Portrait Company of America. I made my own degree, Lenny. I've already made a master's degree. Mary Jane. I've already made myself a master's degree. Like, it's on, I put it on my website. I'm really good at Photoshop. Who gives a shit anymore? This dude lied and got a job at the Defense Department. If the Defense Department ain't checking credentials, fuck! Seriously, guys, go out, get whatever job. Fake it till you make it has never been more of a thing nowadays. Meritocracy was always an illusion. Complete fucking fantasy world, but like any semblance of a meritocracy, gone. I had a radio host I used to work for. I told the story the other day. I showed picture of Del Jackson, radio host in northern Alabama. One time we got into a heated debate, and somehow I'm like, your whole premise here is hinged on the fact that you're acting like we live in a meritocracy, and we don't. If we lived in a meritocracy, I'd be your boss, and you know it. And ooh, that's one of the reasons why he has me blocked on Twitter, doesn't talk to me anymore. Fuck being honest. You're not lying to your friends. You're lying to some stupid ass corporation. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna go get a fucking corporate job. It may affect how long the Troll Patrol is on. If you don't want that to happen, share me out, like, whatever the fuck. Go like my other individual clips on YouTube and TikTok and shit. I'm banned from Facebook, and I was doing pretty well about growing on Instagram, but fuck it now. Completely banned on all Facebook platforms. Trump ignores questions from reporters about the Jeffrey Epstein files. As a creator, I need Facebook. I need the account that I've built. And it sucks to like have to start over on it. I was doing well on Reels. The Genius Act was the crypto thing. I have a Blue Sky. Go follow me on Blue Ski. I'm JustinFREAKIN on everything. I think you might follow me on Blue Ski, to be honest with you. I think I follow you. Possibly. I don't know. I'm a stoner.
Mr. President, why not go further than just unsealing this?
Got the old cold shoulder from Trumpy Boy when asked about the Epstein files. This was Representative Stansberry on the floor of the House on Thursday, maybe.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, you guys are so weak that you won't even vote to release the files. It's 11:20 p.m. in the middle of the night, and
Gentlelady will
once again,
suspend.
You
The
are
gentlelady will
trying to
suspend. The
jam
House is
your
not in
dark
order.
Agenda through Congress in the
The
dark
gentlelady
of
will
night.
suspend. The House is not in order. Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I like her an awful lot.
You guys are so weak that you won't even vote to release the files. It's 11:20 p.m. in the middle of the night.
You know where your kids are?
The lady will suspend. The House is not in order.
Agenda through Congress.
Especially if you're especially if you're somebody in Washington, D.C., because there's Republicans around. You do not want your kids around the Republicans. Midas Touch, Ben Measles. I have no idea how to say his name. Released this dug up footage of Trump.
The 58 contestants participated in an exhaustive round of personal interviews designed to help our judges discover what makes each one special.
Your 5'9" reading? Serious, huh? We made my short again tonight before the game.
Remember we did the story where the...
Thank you very much, Amy.
The concentration was in...
The owner of this apparently a pedophile.
I don't like you as you are.
And out.
I'm just so excited.
Each girl was considered not only for her beauty and poise, but also for her personality and that indefinable something extra that makes a top model.
Okay, you want to pull your hair back 1 second?
Trump sitting around the table with confirmed pedophiles.
All right. Thank you very much, Ingrid. Good luck for tonight.
Thank you.
When it came time...
We had the CEO the other day come out and say that Trump was in the hotel with people,
her opinion.
young women that were definitely underage to be at the casino. They were under 21. Doesn't know if any of the people that he was with were under 18. And the content warning. This is a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific crimes. She went on with Amy Goodman. Of course, the survivor. All the other clips I'm going to play you coming from CNN, mainstream outlets. But the actual survivor had to go on Democracy Now! I wonder why she's not being platformed by more mainstream outlets.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Missing in much of the MAGA frenzy over the Jeffrey Epstein files are the voices of survivors of the sexual abuse he perpetrated against them. Many, like our next guest, have joined the call for transparency and for the Trump administration to release the files as promised. This comes as Virginia Giuffre, an outspoken survivor of sex trafficking by Jeffrey Epstein, died apparently by suicide at age 41 in April. She was the first survivor to come out publicly against Epstein.
Virginia Giuffre did not kill herself.
Ghislaine Maxwell, who remains in prison. She also sued Prince Andrew for sexually assaulting her when she was 17. The disgraced prince was forced to step away from his royal duties and settled with Giuffre in 2022. Her family said in a statement, quote, Virginia was a fierce warrior in the fight against sexual abuse and sex trafficking. She was the light that lifted so many survivors, unquote. Just last week, when the FBI and Department of Justice announced there was
the whole thing is suspicious.
Client list, it also said Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims over 2 decades, far more than previously known. For more, we're joined by Teresa Helm, who is a survivor of sexual abuse by Jeffrey Epstein, facilitated by Ghislaine Maxwell. She was assaulted by Epstein in the early 2000s. She now works as the Survivor Services Coordinator for the National Center on Sexual Exploitation. Her 2024 piece for Newsweek is headlined, I'm a Jeffrey Epstein Survivor. The documents are an opportunity. Thank you so much for joining us. You, Teresa Helm, have talked about the dangers of grooming. As you see all of this taking place, the uprising within the MAGA movement, lost are what sexual violence survivors go through. Talk about how you first met Jeffrey Epstein, how you were brought to him, how you were groomed.
Well, hello, good morning. I can certainly talk to that. So I was attending college out in California at the time and was a full-time student and a full-time employee there. And so that began the process of recruitment to grooming, passed along the line from various people as far as this is an opportunity that I'd like for you to see if you're interested in and go talk to this person. So after speaking with a couple young women about an opportunity that I thought I was being blessed with at the time, I eventually met with Ghislaine Maxwell, who really, what she did was pretty astounding in the fact that within a day, I was convinced that I was in a safe, healthy, wonderful environment, blessed with an opportunity to pursue a career that I had only dreamed of having. In fact, that was my dream, to do what she had stated I would do alongside her, working for her. She was very polite and kind. She built trust in a very, within hours, I thought that I had really landed the opportunity of a lifetime. My family was very pleased that I was there interviewing with her, which is what the intention, that's what I thought I was there for, was an interview, and things went so amazingly well. And then she was so successful in all of that, very, I would call it, master manipulation. She was very calculated in her craft and did it very well. I was very young. I mean, I was an adult, 22 years old. However, I had such big dreams and aspirations and determination, and really wanted to make the most of this opportunity that I thought that I was getting, to the point where at the end of my time with Ghislaine Maxwell, although I hadn't known that there was a partner, as she referred to him, that I would be meeting at the end of my time with her. I hadn't heard Jeffrey or any other person's name the entire time, from beginning sitting behind the desk at work in California at the college, to meeting Sarah Cullen at the beach, to who then introduced me to Ghislaine. I had no idea that there was a final person that I was going to go meet. And once I learned of him, by the name of Jeffrey, I did not, I paused and thought about some things, waved any kind of red flag in my mind, because again, she was so, Ghislaine was so good at what she had done and built that trust in me. And so then I walked myself to Jeffrey's home later that day to what I thought was to interview with him, without really a lot of question, actually being quite excited, because I thought, well, if I was so successful here with Ghislaine, which he has really made me believe that I have been, now I get the opportunity to go complete this, like a second round of the interview. And that was really, I walked myself into tragedy. I had no idea. I actually should, and I will reframe that. I didn't walk myself into tragedy. I was lured there. I was coaxed there, coerced there, under false and fraudulent, conditions and expectations.
And it was it was then that Jeffrey Epstein assaulted you?
That's right. There in his very big, beautiful home there in Manhattan.
First meeting? Goddamn.
The home that Ghislaine was raving about after I had been complimenting her on her home and speaking about the different various buildings and the architecture and how much I enjoyed it, and comparing different cities to New York. And then she raved about his. If I thought hers was great, wait till I see his. Yeah, so it was there. Mm-hmm.
So you have joined the call for the Epstein files to be released. Can you explain why you feel this is so important?
Where I stand with all of this is in, utter solidarity with survivors of this entire nightmare that's just been going on, ongoing for decades, with these people that have gotten away with so much for so long, whether it was a failure of the system back in the 90s, whether failure of the system again in the early 2000s. There are so many women, and at the time, even, children that have been harmed by these people. I really urge everyone to focus the commitment, the intention, all this time, effort, and energy onto bringing to light what needs to bring to light for these survivors and their healing, and less about political weaponization of anything, because at the end of the day, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about people's lives, and it should not be weaponized either way in any administration, no matter who's in control at the time, who did what when, who's doing what now. Transparency is key, because we cannot move forward as a society and as a culture without these fundamental changes of doing the right thing and holding people accountable, because we can't continue to have systems of power that just get away, or people, whether it's a system or a person. We cannot continue to have these people or systems continue to get away with anything that they can get away with because they're skating through, they're dodging accountability. There's too much money involved. So, people silence through money. We have got to change it's degrading our society to continue to allow these predators and perpetrators to get away with harming so many people.
I am convinced at this point that our intelligence agencies knew about it, possibly used it as blackmail, and that's the reason why for the cover-up. The Democrats didn't release it when they had power. Yeah, that's why. And probably Mossad is connected to it. We have every reason to believe this. I don't think I'm a conspiracy theorist to say this. And do I think that the FBI was out here actively raping children? No, but FBI agents knew people were raping children, and they didn't do anything about it. They used it to their advantage. And that causes our entire national security apparatus to just crumble to the ground.
Those that harm and exploit, they have to be silenced, not the survivors continuing to be silenced. Because when you don't have accountability, you don't have justice. We are so far out of balance with justice. It's almost like, Lady Liberty, she can take a small step to the ground because we're so uneven, where survivors are holding on, clinging on to the hope, which tends to be, one thing that you can't take away from a survivor. It's how we get here. We survive through it because we have so much hope. But hope tends to get shattered often. And it's like, it's the onus is on us to pick up the pieces and try to get louder and louder. Our silence it's very loud within us. We have to then, we're tasked with rising back up, fighting bigger, fighting louder, screaming from the mountaintops, who is going to do something, because we are setting horrible influences to our children and to our youth of what you can and can't get away with, depending on who you are, what position you are in. And as I said, I just feel like oftentimes we have these huge profile cases where people are harming others, and there's just such a big, did this really happen to you? Well, if it did, what about this? We have to get to the point where we are survivor focused in the justice system, because we're such a huge part of it that we have to stop politicizing everything and listen to the survivors, listen to the ones that have the lived experience. You cannot take this experience. People can say there's nothing there. You cannot take the lived experience away from us. Not that we wanted it in the first place, but here it is. It lives with us. It remains with us. We're fighting for justice. You cannot take away our lived experience.
Well, Teresa Helm, I want to thank you so much for being with us. We're going to...
Amy running out of time there. I asked the question why, the other clips we're going to watch are from more mainstream media outlets, but the clip of the survivor of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse, I had to go to Democracy Now! For. But look over her left shoulder. Mainstream contributors to sexual exploitation. Wonder why she didn't get an invite to MSNBC or CNN. But I felt it best to highlight her first of the other people that we're gonna hear from. This is Epstein's ex. Epstein's ex on CNN.
Ex-girlfriend speaking out tonight. Stacey Williams, a former Sports Illustrated model who dated Epstein in the early 90s, has spent time with both Epstein and Donald Trump together. In one disturbing alleged incident, which Williams went public with last year before the presidential election, Williams says Trump groped her in front of Epstein at Trump Tower in 1993. Here's what she told our Sunland Serfati when she first broke her silence.
The second he was in front of me, he pulled me into him, and his hands were just on me and didn't come off. Then the hands started moving, and they were on the, on the side of my breasts, on my hips, back down to my butt, back up, sort of. Then, they were just on me the whole time. And I froze.
Williams also claimed that Epstein and Trump looked at each other and smiled during the alleged incident, which Williams says she now believes was coordinated and, quote, some kind of weird, twisted game. Trump denied Williams's allegations through his campaign at the time, which said in part, quote, it's obvious this fake story was contrived by Kamala Harris's campaign. And Stacey Williams is out front now.
It was contrived by Kamala Harris's campaign. Really? Do you think we fell out of a coconut tree?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
First time since the uproar over Trump's handling of the Epstein case. Stacey, thank you so much for joining us tonight. As you know, Epstein is dominating the news once again, and his relationship with Trump is under scrutiny. While you were dating Epstein, can you tell us how close these two men were?
They were best friends. I dated Jeffrey for a period of more or less, I think about 4 or 5 months. And the only friend that he would mention every time we saw each other or had a phone conversation was Donald. And he would share a lot of anecdotes. I have plenty of anecdotes. And yeah, they were very close, and they were up to no good.
And how did Epstein talk about?
Yeah, they were.
What was the quality of those anecdotes and how he described him?
Well, there was a time when he mentioned that he had to check in on him because he was unwell and very upset about something that had happened.
That's just all the time in Trump world. He's always unwell and upset. Had to narrow it down quite a bit.
Late to pick me up, and he was explaining why he was late. They were just, it was such a long time ago, but it was just that was his bro, that was his wingman. It was clearly, I'd hear about Ghislaine and I'd hear about Jeffrey. And I met Ghislaine in his house. She would come wafting in and out, the home in New York. So he was clearly just someone that he talked about all the time. And again, I met Jeffrey the second time and we started dating based on the reintroduction that happened at the Plaza Hotel at a Christmas party in 1992 that Donald Trump threw. And they were very, very close.
So let's talk about this incident, alleged incident in 1993, where you say that Trump groped you in front of Epstein. I do want to note that CNN has spoken to 3 friends of yours who confirmed that you told them about this alleged incident over past decades. Can you tell me more about what happened that day and particularly how Trump and Epstein interacted?
Yeah, before I get into the details of what happened, which, obviously I told you guys and I've shared with multiple outlets, the specifics of the assault that happened, I want to point out that I was polygraphed before I did all this by one of the most renowned examiners in the world. Michael Wolff has hundreds of hours of interviews with Jeffrey Epstein where Jeffrey confirmed to Michael what the two of them did to me long before I came out and told you all of this. So those are 2 critical data points that you need to have, and now I'll walk you through what happened. I was dating Jeffrey. He was always talking about Donald. It was his bestie and everything. And he was joking about how Donald thought I was hot and Donald thinks I'm this or whatever, you know, wants to talk to you. And he was telling me this as we were taking a walk down Fifth Avenue one day. And he said, let's stop in and see him at his offices. So we went up to his office in Trump Tower. And within a couple of minutes, Donald was outside of his door. And his hands were all over me. They were on my breasts, they were on my butt, they were on, you know, my hips, up and down, while the two of them...
I mean, he says he does that to women.
...having a normal conversation. I don't remember exactly what was in the conversation. Again, this was, you know, we're talking 90, this is 93 now. It was something about, it was irrelevant. It was like, oh, Stacey's career's on fire. She just did Sports Illustrated again, you know, blah, 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 blah. And they were back and forth, smiling and grinning and carrying on a conversation while Donald ran his hands all over me. And, you know, when that happens in broad daylight in someone's office and an assistant's walking back and forth, you're in shock. If it happens in a dark way, right, you defend yourself. But when it's hidden in its brazenness like that, which is Donald Trump's forte, you know, you go into shock. So I froze, and it was over and very quickly. It was a few minutes, and then we got back in the elevator, and Jeffrey's energy had changed. He was like seething. He was enraged. He wouldn't make eye contact with me, and then we got out on the street on Fifth Avenue, and he looked at me and he just started yelling at me, saying, "Why did you let him do that?" And he was so enraged. And then I remember thinking, like, why did I? I felt like I was coming back into my body at that moment, and I was confused.
Why did you let him do that?
So that's the story of the assault.
And I do just want to note, Stacey, that Trump has denied these allegations, which you are well aware of. And I know at times you've referenced videos which we have not confirmed the existence of. But I know that you felt that this was coordinated later when you looked back on it. What was it that made you draw that conclusion?
Well, I was sort of known in the industry for being somewhat combative with, you know, photographers who would expose themselves or do inappropriate things, or even guys who would touch or harass on the streets. And
that shouldn't be just a nonchalant thing. Like, oh, this just happens in this industry. That is shameful.
Jeffrey was aware of that. And I think he was excited. I think the gist in my mind, given what he knew and the way it played out, was, hey, you know, I'm going to deliver this person to you who's actually not going to let you get away with what you do. And I did, because I froze.
It was a bet. That's why he was mad. He lost the bet. He thought his girlfriend was going to fight back. Damn. What a sick game.
I said, when it's hidden in its brazenness like that, you freeze. And, you know, he's a master of that. So, I mean, he talked about it, right? He talked about pussy grabbing on the Access Hollywood tape.
And tonight, if you're aware, President Trump has filed this libel lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal over its reporting that there was this note bearing Trump's name as a signature and an outline of a naked woman that was included in a 50th birthday album for Epstein in 2003, a note that also depicted an imaginary conversation between the two men. And part of it reads, quote, Donald saying, "We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do. Come to think of it, Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me that the last time I saw you." And then finally, Donald.
Can I show this? I don't even know if I can. I shouldn't, probably. This is what an artist, based on the description, has drawn up, and you see it, and it's kind of like, yeah, that's believable, I guess.
A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Trump called that letter fake. He said it was out of character for him because he never wrote a picture or drew a picture in his life. Wrote a picture, I think he said.
No,
it's not his kind of language. Based on your time with both men, Does that sound out of character to you?
And within minutes of him saying that he doesn't draw pictures, and what was it, like 10 pictures in fucking black marker, exactly like what was described, it came out.
You.
What, are you kidding me? I know what they were up to together. It happened to me. I was polygraphed. I have the post-assault postcard with a love note. So I have the receipts. Where are Donald Trump's receipts? Where are they? I know what they're up together, and I know what that means. It's very clear. It wasn't baking or fishing.
Well, Stacey Williams.
That was Epstein's ex. Also a survivor. I shouldn't have discounted her experience. Also a survivor of assault from Trump and Epstein. But hey, all these victims, all these children that were victimized by Trump and Epstein, Megyn Kelly doesn't care.
I just want to understand something clearly. Donald Trump was found liable for sexual abuse in a civil court. He's been accused by many women. You don't believe any of that?
I think the most serious thing I've heard about him has been the E. Jean Carroll allegation that he sexually assaulted her in a Bergdorf dressing room.
30 other women accused him of the exact same thing.
There are other women who have said...
I know, I've interviewed some of them. But look, the things I heard were included things like he got handsy on an airplane. Now, I don't know whether that happened or it didn't, but do I find that a deal breaker?
I believe it.
A possible politician? Not really. At least I reported on their stories and did them the courtesy of bringing them to air in front of millions of people and let the audience make up its mind. My problem is more with these Democrats who will bury these allegations against their candidates or their candidate spouses and then play holier than thou.
Jesus.
Looking at Donald Trump.
Do you see yourself as a journalist still? Or would you not describe yourself like
I'm
that
still
anymore?
a journalist. I mean, I break news all the time. And when I sit with Trump or anybody else in the administration, I ask tough questions. I mean, as recently as September of 23, I interviewed Trump and he got so mad at me, he didn't talk to me for 6 or 7 months. So it's not, look, it's a tough job to do. You have to be able to hit the people you admire. And I do. You know, I've hit them all. Right before the election, I ripped on Trump's Madison Square Garden rally as too brotastic and got specific about why. You have
too brotastic.
If you haven't sold your soul, you have to be willing to criticize the people, even you, that you admire on your, quote, side. And my owning my bias by going out there on stage with Donald Trump and saying, I'm voting for him and you should too, is a bonus when it comes to my credibility.
My eyes are rolling so far in the back of my head.
And they can filter everything I say through the appropriate lens. What typically happens in journalism is they say they have no bias, and then they just work it out in the printed word or on their shows without owning it. But the audience knows it, and it creates a distrust and a divide. When it comes to Trump and me,
wow,
my own personal opinion is most of the allegations against him are much more complicated than the mainstream media would have you believe. And I don't think Donald Trump is a rapist or a sexual assaulter. I do think
he's been adjudicated as such, ma'am.
He's taken inappropriate liberties with women and gotten handsy with them in a way he's owned himself. Okay? Years ago when he was a celebrity,
he literally, what he described on the Access Hollywood tape is literally sexual assault. You don't believe he sexually assaulted women, but you believe he got handsy without consent, which is literally sexually assault. I'm sorry. You're an idiot. I fucking hate you. You're just carrying water for Donald Trump because you're a partisan hack. Fuck you, Megyn Kelly.
And it is what it is. That's the past.
It is what it is.
It's just about so much more than that. We are talking about how many people dying at the southern border because of the invasion that we've suffered under Joe Biden. We're talking about Laken Riley, whose killer was let in under Biden.
Fucking wow.
Down to Georgia, where he murdered her. I don't give a shit about Trump getting handsy with somebody 20 years ago. I want someone who will close the border, which he has. I want someone who will keep boys out of my daughter's sports, which he has. I want someone who will stand up to the insane DEI policies so that white kids will stop hearing in school that they're born with some original sin from which they cannot recover, which he has.
They live in an alternate reality. If you were not with us when we watched the Jubilee before we came on, Mehdi Hasan with the 20, like they live in a different reality. I've been white genocided, the guy was saying. It's absurd. As you're advocating actual genocidal policies against people who are different than you have the audacity to sit across the table from a brown man and say you're the one that's being genocided out of existence. It's absurd. Thread says he's going to start drinking. I say light one up, tip one back. Are you ready for this one? Let's hear from Epstein's brother.
Because this is not about me. This is about Jeffrey and what happened to Jeffrey. So I don't need to be seen. My location doesn't need to be known because, again, this is not about me.
All right. So what do you believe? You've been very outspoken lately. What do you believe actually happened to your brother?
I believe he was killed because I believe that after a day after he died, because when he first...
Jeffrey Epstein's brother, straight up. First question. I'm gonna need to get higher for this. First question, straight up.
Well, I have received threats through the years, but it's also because this is not about me. This is about Jeffrey and what happened to Jeffrey. So I don't need to be seen. My location doesn't need to be known because, again, this is not about me.
All right. So what do you believe? You've been very outspoken lately. What do you believe actually happened to your brother?
I believe he was killed because I believe that after a day after he died, because when he first died, and I heard on CNN that he was found, dead from a assumed suicide. I was traveling when I heard that, and the government didn't notify me as they claimed they did. I heard it on CNN, and I had no reason to doubt that he committed suicide because he was in prison. I know he was facing a potentially long jail sentence. And I know he wouldn't want to live that way, and he had no dependents. He had no children. Parents are gone. He didn't have to worry about me. So I just assumed, because, you hear that, there's no reason to question it. I wasn't happy about it, but I respected his decision. And I wasn't up on all the details of his case. I wasn't following it on a daily basis. But after the death, and the very next morning, I had to go back to New York to identify his body because I'm the next of kin. And they did the autopsy. And both forensic pathologists that were there, Dr. Roman from the city, it was technically her autopsy, and I had Dr. Barden there because I have the right to have a pathologist there. They came out of the autopsy, and they both concurred that this looked more like a homicide than a suicide. And that started raising questions because I thought they'd walk out of the room and say, yeah, unfortunately, your brother committed suicide. And that would be the end of it. Trust me.
Mark, what specifically did they say to make it think that it was a homicide?
Yes, please.
Well, one of the major things was the 3 broken bones in his neck. Now, Dr. Barden has done about 500 autopsies. He's been doing this for over 50 years. So nobody has more experience with prison deaths than Dr. Barden. He was put on a special commission in New York State after the Attica riots in 1970 to investigate prison deaths. So again, no one has more experience than him. And I've spoken to other pathologists, and they say, on a soft hanging, which is supposedly what Jeffrey was supposed to have done, you might get a broken bone, maybe 2, but no one's ever seen 3 broken bones in this kind of hanging. There was another pathologist showed me a report out of the Philippines.
But
where they were investigating.
Your goal is to break your neck I shouldn't be saying this on stream probably, but that's the goal. It's not to strangulate yourself. It's to break your neck.
Broken bones in hangings. And they spoke about a certain percentage have 1 broken bone and a smaller percentage have 2. but there was no mention of 3 broken bones. So that was one of the major factors here.
Well, did you have any sign though beforehand? When was the last time you spoke to Jeffrey beforehand? Did you believe that there was any indication that he could kill himself? Was he anxious? Did he worry about this egregious case and all the claims against
He apparently attempted suicide like a couple months beforehand.
him?
No, well, the last time I spoke to Jeffrey was the day before he got arrested. He was in Paris. He called me from Paris. It was a Thursday night, just a normal, hello, how you doing? 2 brothers speaking. And then the next day he flew back to New York and he got arrested. They picked him up at Teterboro Airport. I never spoke to Jeffrey again after that while he was in jail. So that last conversation, to answer your question, the night before he got arrested.
So you didn't know it was coming at that point.
Right. But I know
And
people
so
who
there
did
was no
speak to him. I know people who did speak to him, and nobody thought he was suicidal. Even the people spoke to him the day before.
Well, Mark, who would want to kill him? And why do you believe
His lawyer said he didn't believe he was suicidal, but once again, he attempted suicide.
Then all the information we were trying to get to answer some questions should be readily available. But everything's being hidden. Like when the 2 pathologists said that this looked more like a homicide than a suicide, on the initial death certificate, which was filled out that day because you needed a death certificate to claim the body, the cause of death stated it was pending further investigation. Now, the pathologists I've spoken to said when a death certificate said pending further investigation, it usually takes weeks before you get a more definitive answer because there's supposed to be some kind of investigation. Pending, it said pending further study was the actual words, pending further study. So they're supposed to investigate to come up, with the cause. But then a few days later, the chief medical examiner, Barbara Sampson, she calls it a suicide. And without giving any explanation for what investigation was done after that first autopsy. And then Bill Barr, the Attorney General, also claims it's a suicide because nobody went in or out of the tier, which I've explained before is a ridiculous statement. And he claims it's a suicide. Now, if the Attorney General claims it's a suicide, basically, from what I understand, there's no reason to investigate.
Well, there's 2 things though going on here. I mean, we've heard the DOJ and they're saying, and the FBI say it's a suicide, and they provide an autopsy that says this proves this is a suicide. And then you have medical examiners that say it proves that.
Wait, I got to stop you here. There was one autopsy done by Dr. Roman.
This is fascinating.
And they said it looked more like a homicide. So I don't know what autopsy you're referring to that says it's a suicide because there was only one autopsy.
Well, then what autopsy is the DOJ and the FBI referring to?
Well, that's the question you should be asking them because there was only one autopsy.
Do you have a copy of that? Could you provide that so we can see it?
Yes, I've given that to a number of people, yes.
I would love to see that, so we'll get that on. Well, what about this, though?
After that autopsy was done, we claimed the body. So nobody else had a chance to see the body. And Dr. Sampson, who declared it a suicide, the chief medical examiner, she never saw the body. She wasn't there.
But what about the video? We know that the cell video, the jail video from inside that corridor was released.
Okay.
Does that not prove?
No, because that video doesn't show where Jeff was. They're trying to make it sound like they're showing Jeff's cell door. That was not.
Yeah, Jeff is like back here somewhere on the other side.
They've been released. They're out there. I've also had a photograph of the tier he was on. Now, in that video, in the beginning of the video, they're talking about they're walking Jeffrey into his cell. Number one, you can't tell that that's Jeffrey in that video. I try to blow it up. You can't tell who that person is from the video. And you can't just walk somebody into Jeffrey's cell that way. To get into his cell, which was on the maximum security tier, you have to go up a little flight of stairs. You have to go through
this is brother we're listening to right now.
Door, and then you go into the tier, and Jeffrey's cell was the first tier to the right. If you look into
excuse me for asking this, how do you know that though if you were never able to visit him there? Were you given a tour?
Because soon after the death, we got the photographs that was taken by the medical examiner's office when they went to investigate. Before it was declared a suicide, I have photographs of his cell. I have photographs of the tier. I have photographs of the entrance of the tier. This was given to me, not that long after the death. So these are original photographs of what the place really was. That video is bullshit. I don't know a better term.
No,
it's bullshit.
This is what's more important, though, at this point, because who do you believe had a motive and the power to have your brother killed inside the jail?
Well, it's an excellent question. I as I've said many times in these interviews, I don't like to speculate. I like to stick with facts.
Who had the power and the motive to have your brother killed inside the jail? I wonder who it could be. No idea who could have the power and the motive to have your brother killed inside a jail. It's a complete mystery, an enigma, if you will. An enigma of who might have had the power and the motive to have your brother killed inside a cell. Just complete mystery.
Because if I start speculating, I lose credibility. I also read something else that somebody wrote about me. Number one, they said that I was the older brother. I'm not the older brother. Jeffrey was 18 months older than me. They said that, after the thing, at first I was claiming it was suicide. Then I said he was alive. I never said Jeffrey was alive.
Well, you're with us right now, though. I mean, because I think it's a valid question and not speculation, but in a general sense. I mean, certainly he didn't have he had a lot of enemies because of all the allegations and the cases against him at the time. But what are you thinking that this is something that's even higher than that? Because we certainly have now President Trump trying to say this is no big deal. People are stupid. Republicans who are trying to do this, they were convinced by Democrats. I mean, do you believe that there is some political backing or motivation behind this? I mean, we know Bill Clinton has been in photos with your brother, President Trump. We could go on with more high-powered individuals. Could they have been?
Well, look, the DOJ is obviously covering this stuff up because we're not getting the answers we want. They're releasing videos. They're making ridiculous statements like I said, Kash Patel saying, it's suicide when you see one. I had to laugh at that. How many suicides has he seen? As compared to Dr. Biden, who has seen hundreds, and Dr. Roman, I don't know how many she has seen, but certainly more than Kash Patel. And Kash Patel didn't see the body. He didn't see anything about the suicide. He wasn't in the jail. So how could anybody who wasn't there, who didn't do the autopsy, say, you see a suicide when you know? I mean, it just boggles the mind that he would try to say that and have any credibility.
Do you think this has some sort of connection?
Well, he doesn't have credibility. He never had credibility.
Been released, and maybe that there's a name in there that could be responsible for your brother's death.
Well, like I said, I wasn't involved with his activities. Jeffrey and I hadn't seen each other for 7 years before he died. We were always in communication on phone and email, so I wasn't privy to who he was with every minute of the day. So I don't know what's in both these files. They talk about a list. I have no idea what kind of list they're looking for, talking about. I could say one thing, knowing Jeffrey, I don't think he was blackmailing people. He had plenty of money. He didn't need to blackmail people. That wasn't who he was, as far as I know.
What do you think about?
Well, hold on. Here's the thing: is we don't exactly know how he made his money, and some people might want to speculate that he made his money by blackmailing people.
He is now perceived as your brother.
Well, my brother was stupid. He said so himself to me. That's why I could say that.
Oh, I believe that. I believe he's stupid.
He was guilty of that, for sure.
Okay. Well, what do you want to happen now, though, moving forward? I mean, you've been very outspoken about this.
I would like to restart an investigation, looking into the investigation that was not done, because a lot of his stuff is gone. I was told they didn't do like fingerprint stuff in his cell. I don't think they did DNA analysis on the ligature that was around his neck to see who might else have touched that. And we don't know where that is. I mean, who has that? Is the DOJ? DOJ usually doesn't destroy evidence. It's usually put away. Here's one. I tried to get the EMT report from the New York Fire Department because every time the EMTs go out and make a call, they fill out a PCR. It's a pre-hospital care report or a patient care report. It just documents every call they go on. It's just routine. And I was told that I should get that because there's something in that report I should see. The person couldn't tell me because that would violate the HIPAA laws. But he said I should get that. So I've contacted the fire department. And since I wasn't getting anything, I actually went to the fire department headquarters in downtown Brooklyn to request forms. And lo and behold, it doesn't appear in their computer.
What a stupid thing for you to get flagged for.
The case is closed. You should have access, and there's no HIPAA standing for that. So that doesn't make any sense. And why they would have
it wasn't. And we know that the fire department guys were there because there's a photograph of them wheeling him out of the, on a gurney, taking him out of the prison on their way to the hospital where he's intubated. They have a tube down his throat and they're trying to squeeze air into his lungs with the balloon. Now, we know from the autopsy that Jeffrey was dead for at least 2 hours. So, and these are trained professionals. Why did they try to make it look like he was still potentially alive? There was no way he was being revived there.
Why do you think so?
Well, somebody was there, and we can't find out who was running the show. Who directed the prison people to move the dead body from the cell to the infirmary? Because when the EMTs got there in short order, Jeffrey's body was already in the infirmary. That goes against all the rules. If you find a dead body, it's not supposed to be moved until the medical examiner shows up to investigate the scene. But he was already in the infirmary. And also, I was told that there was somebody with a handheld video camera in the infirmary and all the way to the hospital, documenting this. We can't seem to find that videotape.
No way.
Well, what about this? Have your strong words, though, Mark, have they prompted any sort of response from the DOJ or any sort of investigator that may want to pursue this and try to get their hands on this specific evidence that you're looking for?
Well, I didn't hear the beginning of that question.
I said, you could be, you've been outspoken and making lots of claims yourself about what had happened. Has that sparked any interest from investigators or the DOJ or any sort of response for a possible hearing?
Not from the DOJ, but yeah, there are private investigators, the people looking into this, because it doesn't smell right to anybody who looks at all the evidence.
Like bullshit to me.
People look at little bits of things and say, well, maybe it was suicide because of this or suicide. But if you look at everything together, it doesn't point that way. Again, my life would have been a lot easier if this was clearly a suicide. Yeah,
is this you though? I mean, simply said though, in your gut, do you believe that his death was not a suicide, that in fact it was politically motivated to protect the image of other people who may have been exposed?
Yeah, I believe he was taken out to protect somebody from whatever dirt Jeffrey had on him.
And do you think that person may have been a president or a former president or somebody high up in the government?
I wouldn't dismiss that.
Yeah.
So what do you do now?
Well,
it's Hillary Clinton.
Encourage more people to investigate. There's more information coming in. There are people who know more about investigating than I do, and they're looking into this, and they tell me they're finding things. I won't report on anything until I know it's a fact, because I only try to stick to facts and not speculating. But there's more stuff coming up, and more and more, it's looking less and less like a suicide.
Well, we appreciate your insight and your thoughts on this as all of this continues to unfold. It's right in the center of the news.
This isn't going away, is it? I'm interested to see where this goes. It's ripping MAGA world apart. We got a lot more news coming up. It's a supersized Sunday show. We're going to take a small break. When we come back from the break, Democrats walk out of a hearing. They say the vote to advance Judge Jeanine and Emile Beauvais didn't actually count. Another Democrat has died in office. A Minnesota state senator has been found guilty of breaking into a house. I got horrendous news out of Gaza. Clashes are erupting in Syria. I've got video of a Houthi ship being attacked. Russia was hit with an earthquake. A boat capsized in Vietnam. Got all our crime stories coming up. I got lots of car crashes. I got a dude that was paragliding, died. Explosion killed some cops in California. We got all kinds of fun stuff coming up. The best one, a sex festival, sparked several noise complaints. All that and a lot freaking more on the other side of the break here on the Troll Patrol live. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
All we're establishing is this guy's wicked, sick aesthetic.
Not high enough for this shit.
I guess I gotta thank Matt Wall for introducing me to JustinFREAKIN.
Hey there, y'all. We're about to get stupid, locked into what that news be doing. Fu Manchu and a slick bandana, colder than ice, smoother than Santana. Audio, video, chat and calls. Right wing nut jobs haunt the halls. What you wanna watch? Hey, what you think? And there's only one choice. It's JustinFREAKIN.
The guy's, he's a formidable voice in the call.
Light one up and tip one back. It's a right to be high. Let's grab a snack. It's fucking news, quit panic, attack, and play your cards right and get a titty slap. Jumping discords, have some fun. The man will talk to everyone. Get high and try to debate. When shit pops off, chat thinks it's great. What do you think you're doing? Join the Troll Patrol. Wherever discourse is brewing, he gives it that southern drawl.
So let's go ahead and bring in Justin. Hey, Justin, how's it going, brother?
First of all, I want to say you're poser South. I'm in Alabama. I'm the real South.
Okay, all right. So why don't you tell us what it takes to be a man?
Well, I don't know. I'm in Alabama and I'll fuck a man in a dress. Why won't you fuck a man in a dress? Are you that insecure that you won't fuck a man in a dress?
That's fantastic. So you're okay with that, right?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Right-wingers are morons.
Light one hit and hit one back. One more click before we hit the set. Set an alert when that shit goes live. Social fucking support and hit subscribe. Light one up and take a hit. He does no harm, but he takes no shit. He's the last one standing when the ship is sinking. Let's take another rip for JustinFREAKIN.
Light one up, tip one back. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
Not high enough for this shit.
You heard the lady. We need to get high. I need to pack another one. I was hoping to get back in the chair and have one packed by the time we came back. But the cats needed food, and they let me know that they needed food. Their bowls were empty. I wish everyone packed bowls on this Sunday evening. On this supersized Sunday, we usually find out what that news be doing Sunday through Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Since Hasan on vacation, I decided to do a supersized Sunday show. I'm just coming back from vacation. I shaved. We're back to business. If you were with me when we were watching TV shows over the vacation week, I was very itchy. Very itchy. Progressive Squirrel, welcome in. Silent. Good afternoon, my friend. Tones, hope you're doing well. Feel like some other people snuck in that I didn't see. My apologies if I didn't give you a shout out. NSE, my friend. Good to see you. Hope everyone is having a fantastic Sunday. Light one up, tip one back. I get right-wingers that are like, you're a nobody. I'm like, has anybody ever wrote a rap song about you? I am sorry if you're getting more prone to having panic attacks. I felt like that was happening to me when I was driving. I was starting to have a lot more panic attacks while I was driving. I can stand up and speak in front of thousands of people. Driving at 85 miles an hour freaks me out. This was a wild scene last week in the Senate. This happened at a Judiciary Committee hearing. This was for the nomination of Emile Beauvais. God, who was this dude? There's... What was his Oh, he's the one that's accused of violating the court order. He's the one that's with the immigration enforcement. He instructed the leadership of the FBI to compile a list of prosecutors involved in the criminal proceedings in the January 6th Capitol attack. So he's probably involved in the purging of prosecutors and agents that worked on January 6th. So this was the Judiciary Committee hearing last week over Emile Beauvais' nomination to be a district judge.
Stamp. Neither the committee nor the judiciary is well served by our learned and servile helplessness. I yield back.
I will now go to voting because we have committee markups and other committees and people have to leave here soon. We'll go to Beauvais' nomination. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, according to Rule 4...
So basically what Grassley says, like, we all want to get out of here. We're wrapping up for the week. This is at the end of... Was this Friday? Yeah, this is Friday. Or was it Thursday? What was the 17th? Was it Friday or Thursday? It was one of those days. They were wanting to get out of here. They were wanting to shove Beauvais' nomination through the committee.
Committee, we have the right to continue to debate this nomination.
No.
I'm invoking Rule 4 of the committee. We have the right to debate this nomination.
You're out of order.
I'm seconding Senator Booker's demand for a vote on his request to hear from the whistleblower.
Shiv and Booger.
You should at least acknowledge my Rule 4 point of order.
You're out of order.
I don't understand this. What are you afraid of about even debating this?
by proxy.
Putting things on the record, hearing from every senator, dear God, that's what our obligations are. It's to state our reasons for debate. At least address the Rule 4 point of order that we're calling. There's no need to rush this. What are we afraid of? We're not pressing for the 2-hour rule like you all did when you were in the minority. We're simply asking for a credible amount of time to air our concerns before the vote. We respect each other in this committee. We respect the understanding that we have things to say. But yet we're doing this in a way that makes no sense to me, and it makes no sense to me because we're not trying to do things like force the committee to close or force a 2-hour rule. This is about understanding that people on this side have a responsibility to state their issues. Mr. Sir, you could call me out of order because this is out of order. This undermines the basic decency of this committee. Yes, maybe overrule a Rule 4, but at least address the Rule 4 point of order that senators were elected to debate issues and debate nominees. This is absolutely insane. What is the rush? Sir, I am interrupting because you're interrupting a regular point of order. At least address my point of order. I have the right to do that by the rules of this committee. If you want to overrule the rules of committee, then do so. But this is not in any...
I overrule your rules or you're overruling.
To address a point of order according to the rules of this committee. You could overrule me by a Senate vote. You're violating your own rules. The parliamentarian has been clear about this. The parliamentarian has been clear.
The parliamentarian was clear that they were in the wrong to advance this nomination. I'm going to put that out there.
You could overrule the rule, the point of order I'm doing, but you have to follow the precedents and procedures of this committee. This is outrageous that you're not allowing senators to have their fair say before a controversial nominee is being done. This is unbelievable. This is unjust. This is wrong. It is the further deterioration of this committee's integrity. With a person like this, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid of hearing from Chris Coons? From hearing from one of my colleagues, from hearing from Adam Schiff? What is the fear here? Have at least the decency to have a vote.
Grassley, another one of those politicians. I don't think he's a baby boomer. I think he's older than a baby boomer. Dude's like 92.
My point of order regarding Rule 4. I have respect for you, Mr. Chairman. We've served together for more than a decade, but this is outrageous. This is unacceptable. This is wrong. It is wrong.
No, Mary Jane. Actually, the disappointment isn't guaranteed at all. The parliamentarian has ruled that the Republicans are in the wrong to advance his appointment.
Wrong. And why? Why? What is the rush to take another half hour to listen to people? What is the rush? What are we afraid of, Mr. Chairman? What are we afraid of? I do not understand why senators can't debate a nominee as we've done when both sides have been in the majority to take the time. What is the thing that you are so afraid of from hearing from my Senate colleagues? This is a violation of the precedents of this committee. We're not trying some stunt here to try to force a 2-hour rule like you all did when you were in the minority. We just want to be heard before a controversial vote. Sir, this is wrong, and you know it. You are a person of integrity. How could you be doing this? At least have a vote on my point of order. Sir, with all appeals to your decency, with all appeals to your integrity, with all appeals to past jurisdiction and past precedent, why are you doing this? This is outrageous.
This is a kangaroo court. That's all we have here,
This
Mr.
is
Chairman.
wrong. To violate your own rules without going by the mandates of the parliamentarian. This is unbelievable. There's a way to do this. If you want to force this through, if you want to ram this through, there's a way to do it in accordance to the rules as spelled out by the parliamentarian. It is simple. It is clear. There's a pathway to achieve what you're trying to achieve. But sir, this lacks decency. It lacks decorum. It shows that you do not want to simply hear from...
What there is there's a whistleblower complaint on this guy from the Department of Justice, and the Democrats are wanting to hold a hearing on it. The parliamentarian has ruled that the Republicans must hold that hearing, and the Republicans have said no, and they're just pushing it through. So the Democrats are going to walk out of this hearing in protest.
Your colleagues, this is absolutely wrong. And sir, this is to me one of those moments where we are not showing common respect for each other on both sides. I have sat here when we were in the majority and listened to my colleagues' arguments, listened to their passionate statements, and then we voted. This is not that. This is us simply trying to rush through one of the most controversial nominees we've had under this presidential administration. Sir, God bless America. You are a good.
Well, they voted and advanced it. Democrats say the vote doesn't stand.
Trump saying to you,
the parliamentarian agrees with them,
which is violating the decorum of this committee, the rules of this committee, the decency and the respect that we have each other to at least hear each other out. I've sat through so many long speeches of my colleagues, heard their objections, listened with sincerity to try to see what their arguments are. But we are not doing that. Sir, this is wrong, and you know it. There are some people on this committee who are the least firebrand people, and they've walked out. Some of the least controversial people in the Senate, some of the people that worked the hardest to find bipartisan common ground have just walked out of this committee. And you don't even seem to care, but I know you do. I know your heart, Senator Grassley.
He doesn't give a shit.
I know the kind of person you are, and you know this is wrong. This is not necessary. What is another half an hour to allow senators to be heard? It's what the Constitution mandates. It's the ideals of the United States Senate. The world's most deliberative body should take a decent amount of time to deliberate. But here we're not doing that. Here we are jamming this through with some sense of false urgency. It's one thing not to hear from whistleblowers. It's another thing not to hold another hearing, but to not even allow my colleagues to have their moment to speak against this justice. It's just wrong. And I know you know this. I know you know this. The only time this rule has ever been overturned by both parties was done when one minority was trying to pull some stunt to stop the committee from hearing. This is not that. This is not the 2-hour rule. This is a basic element of the ideals of this committee, sir. It is the basic understanding of having debate.
They're just moving through with the vote.
It's a basic understanding of we can listen to each other even if we disagree. That we should have time and space and a forum to listen. Sir, this is just wrong in every way. It is wrong in every single way. This is an abuse of power. It's an undermining of the well-being and the integrity of this Senate and this committee that I for so long I've been so honored to be a part of. This is wrong, sir, and I join with my colleagues in leaving. This is a sham.
Vote.
This is wrong.
And Grass was like, get the fuck out.
To the floor. Now we'll have to vote on these nominees for U.S. Attorney because we don't have enough people on the other side, so we can't do it by voice vote. So the clerk will call the roll on Kurt Alme.
Mr. Grant.
Aye.
Mr. Cornyn.
Aye.
Mr. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Cruz.
Confused by the sense of quiet. Aye.
Mr. Hawley. Aye. Mr. Tillis.
Yeah, Ted Cruz had to break the silence.
Aye by proxy.
Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Schmidt. Aye. Mrs. Britt. Aye. Mrs. Wheaton. Aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Whitehouse.
So that was Thursday. Democrats left a Judiciary Committee hearing on the nomination of Emile Beauvais, also Judge Janine Shapiro. Democrats had requested a hearing on a whistleblower report issued about the nominee. The parliamentarian ruled that the Democrats should indeed be allowed to hold that debate. Grassley moved forward without it. One of the things that's really Grassley was this guy was he actually a state representative? I was getting ready to go on a whole rant. Yeah, he was a state representative, my bad. So not so much applicable to the Congress. But yet another Democrat has died in office because we have a geriatric party.
Hey everyone, and thank you for streaming with us. I'm Marcus Moore, and welcome to ABC News Live Weekend. Let's take a quick look at your top headlines. A man accused of impersonating a firefighter and pointing a laser at multiple aircraft is now being...
That story is coming up later. Thank you very much. But you were going to talk about Florida Democratic lawmaker Joe Casello, who died while in office following a heart attack. This is in the Florida State House. First elected to the Florida House in 2018. Casello was a firefighter from Worcester for 3 decades before entering politics. But four federal representatives have died in office. I was gonna bitch about that for a little while. But speaking of state lawmakers, let's talk about the state senator from Minnesota. Found guilty, expected to resign, apparently broke into a ex-relative's house.
A Minnesota lawmaker is now a convicted lawbreaker. WCCO's Esme Murphy was there as the verdict was read and has the very latest.
The jury deliberated only 3 hours before finding Nicole Mitchell on 2 counts of burglary and possession of burglary tools. She showed no emotion in the courtroom and was quickly led out a side door, an unusual privilege for any defendant, but one that she's been given throughout this trial. The prosecutor was asked what made the difference in this case, and he pointed to the body cam footage. The body cam footage specifically of the arrest, Nicole Mitchell being caught, as he said, red-handed. In that video, Nicole Mitchell tells police that she is there to remove items that belong to her late father. In testimony here, she said that that was a lie, that she had lied to police about that the reason she was there was for a welfare check, but she didn't want to admit that so not to upset her stepmother.
What?
Also important, the body camera video of Carol Mitchell. Even though she suffered from Alzheimer's, on that body camera video, she was very...
So this was her former stepmom, right? Like, ex-stepmom?
Clear about what happened and how she saw this person who would come into her home in the middle of the night as an intruder. Now, we also talked to the defense. The defense said they were deeply disappointed. They said that Nicole Mitchell was taking this well, that she's a very, very strong woman. And they also said they had turned down a plea bargain in this case.
The Venn diagram, the circles just didn't cross over one another. That's when a plea agreement happens. They got close, but they didn't cross. And so they made the decision that they wanted to try the case. We told Nicole Mitchell the risks, the benefits of the plea agreement and the trial. And again, as a strong individual, a strong woman, she made the decision to make this choice. I'm proud of her for that.
And it was her choice.
The client makes the only decision to try a case. The lawyers cannot make that decision.
Nicole Mitchell is not in custody at this time.
They probably recommended her to take the plea deal.
Asked that she be taken into custody immediately after those verdicts were read. He told the judge that she had perjured herself on the witness stand. The judge declined to take her into custody, saying that she has remained free this entire time while she has awaited trial. Now, she faces a mandatory minimum of 180 days in jail. And even though that's a mandatory sentence, a mandatory minimum, her defense attorneys say they will try and fight that. In Detroit Lakes, with photojournalist Mike Dernberger, Esme Murphy, WCCO News.
Legislators are not automatically expelled if convicted of a felony, but Mitchell's colleagues could vote to remove her. Currently, Democrats hold a one-seat majority in the Senate. Senate leaders from both parties have called for Mitchell's resignation, and so too has the head of her whole party. The DFL chair wrote, "I hope that she will hold to her promise and resign immediately." As calls for her to resign reach far beyond the Capitol, Mitchell's constituents say if you make the law, you can't break it. Uba Ali has the latest from Woodbury.
Now, come on.
A family feud, a forced entry,
get on the ground,
and now a convicted felon.
What's the point of power if you can't abuse it?
A year after Senator Nicole Mitchell was charged with breaking into her stepmother's home in Detroit Lakes. Mitchell denied wrongdoing and kept her Senate seat. Now a jury of 12 have spoken, and so are the very voters who put her in office.
I don't think she's fit to be representing Woodbury.
Jason Torkelson voted for Mitchell, but says the respect and trust is gone.
She's got to be held to the same standard as we do, right? And you can't go around breaking laws while you're making laws.
From her constituents to colleagues, all demanding accountability. The DFL majority leader said, quote, "Senator Mitchell has told colleagues that she intended to resign if found guilty of this crime, and I expect her to follow through on that pledge." And the GOP Senate Minority Leader says, quote, "We expect Mitchell's immediate resignation from the Senate. If she's unwilling to resign, she must be expelled as soon as possible." Governor Tim Walz's office said Friday that it expects Mitchell to resign and that they will have more information on a special election soon. Uba Ali, WCCO News.
We'll continue.
There's a really pretty Capitol building. Very nice Capitol building, Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota's got some taste. They got a nice flag. You got a nice Capitol building. In Kentucky, when we go to the Capitol, I was always really disappointed because it's kind of ugly. Minnesota has a really nice state capitol. Has the required booby shape. The Somali flag. Flash, welcome in. The Minnesota State Capitol gets a titty slap.
a titty slap. What the? Come on now.
Anybody doing any flying here soon? A Delta flight barely avoided a mid-air collision with a B-52 bomber. What, a near miss? A near hit?
Now to another close call in the skies. A Delta regional pilot making an aggressive maneuver to avoid a mid-air collision with a B-52 bomber. Let's bring in ABC's Mola Lengi at Dulles International Airport tonight. Mola, what are you learning about this incident?
Well, Lindsay, as you said, an incredibly scary moment in the air, the pilot having to make what he described as an aggressive maneuver in order to avoid that mid-air collision. Now, as this Delta flight approached its landing at Minot, North Dakota Airport, a B-52 bomber unexpectedly entered the flight path, according to the pilot. Now, we should note that Minot is home to an Air Force base near the commercial airport, but the pilot...
Titty slaps are like Wu-Tang. They for everybody.
Later telling his passengers that he was never given any sort of warning by air traffic controllers about the B-52's location. Once on the ground, the pilot apologizing to passengers about the close call, essentially telling them, nobody told us we had company up here, and that, quote, this is not normal. Now, there were no reported injuries, fortunately, but of course, we're only 6 months removed from that deadly mid-air collision at Reagan National Airport, just outside of Washington, D.C., where 67 people were killed. As you can imagine, Lindsay, some people still anxious.
Still on the hearts and minds of many. Mola, thank you.
Also a Delta plane apparently had to make emergency landing following takeoff after an engine was flaming, and this is not Pride Month kind of flaming.
I haven't said it already.
Ooh, shit.
Oh, look at that! Whoa! Was that a compressor stall? What's going on?
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Whoa! Whoa, whoa, hang on. That's not good. That's not good, guys.
No, that's not good.
I don't hear anything. Whoa! I'm guessing compressor stall, but that's speculation.
Some plane nerd?
Oh my gosh.
Not horrible.
And thankfully the hydraulics are functioning and we got the landing gear down for the 767.
A plane autistic? Apparently, is there a thing about people, autistic people in planes? I've seen the rehearsal season 2.
Coming in hot.
Planes, trains, and automobiles.
Really fast. Now the 767 is coming in very heavy. It didn't drop any fuel.
A pretty broad pan-transit autism.
Zoom in to the engine. Engine number 1.
I love you guys.
The big flare.
Yeah, what okay, so it's on fire, like it's out now. They're just gonna put people on a different plane, or they can put a different engine on it?
LA Tower, like 25 left is Alpha 8 for emergency aircraft.
You guys wanna see Smokey?
LA Tower 2 on Quebec, like 25 left.
R2, LA Tower 2.
He's the sweetest cat, but he's got resting bitch face.
4 LA Tower, pursuit on right 25 block.
Cricks, Law Dog, Shelly, Fuzzy Simba. Welcome in. He's back. He's over on the other side.
The fire department, the fire engine.
Holiday, to tell you good evening. Flash.
Inspection.
Ready to come around. Get.
We got fire engine number 2 coming in to get a closer look.
Oh, he's calling commentary and everything.
Big round of applause. Doing a very professional job.
Do we know the type of airplane? It was a Boeing 767. I mean, I guess you can pretty much, if you guess Boeing, they're the top manufacturer. You're probably going to be right. We're gonna go international now. Several people were hurt in Germany after a car got stuck in a house. That happens. That happens. Bumpty, Germany? So you can't park there. Silent, welcome in. Apparently went racing through a garden. Do you see this sassy young lady walking away? This one right here gets on her phone. I'd be friends with her. This is AP. Not really giving us a good look at like where the car would have gone. I did not see the road. This is like a backyard. I don't even know what kind of car that is. Volvo? I think it's a Volvo. It had to have gotten there. Was a Volvo. We gotta be clear. Yeah, that's a backyard there, but we don't really see the. You didn't link me to the story, AP. Boo. If you're going to report on something like that, you need to show us where it went flying from. I need to see the road that it went off. I've avoided talking about it as long as I can. We're doing some international news now. Content warning. I say this every time. If you are motivated to act, there's no need to be watching murder porn, genocide porn. We got to keep updated on what is going on. And it is horrific. Palestinians being evacuated from Gaza. We had multiple assaults. The same headline for like the last 5 days. Dozens killed, seeking aid. Residents fled their homes with their belongings on Sunday as Israeli's military issued evacuation orders for areas of central Gaza. The orders cover one of the few places where Israel has rarely operated with ground troops, where many international organizations attempting to distribute aid are located. So one of the few places where aid organizations can operate. Let's evacuate it.
Deadly day in Gaza, where health officials there say dozens of Palestinians were killed as Israeli troops opened fire as they tried to get access to food. The Hamas-run Gaza...
I want to tell you, this has been like the headline out of Gaza for months now. The same thing keeps happening. Dozens of Palestinians killed because the Israeli army opened fire on them as they were seeking aid. Over and over and over again. Can we please put a stop to this?
Ministry of Health saying at least 73 Palestinians died and another 150 were injured near a border crossing where aid often comes in. The Israeli Defense Force saying that troops fired near the crowd, saying they were under threat. But the IDF is also calling into question the number of casualties reported. Joining me now with more is ABC News' Patrick Reevell. Patrick, what more do we know about what happened?
Hi, Ike. Yeah, this took place at the Zikkim crossing between Israel and northern Gaza. IDF soldiers opened fire on crowds of Palestinians as they were approaching this crossing, which is where aid trucks often come in. And according to Gaza health officials, around 70 people were killed, 150 people injured, hospitals flooded with people. We've seen videos of bodies lying in hospital courtyards, people being rushed on the back of donkey carts sometimes. The IDF saying they acknowledge that their troops opened fire, saying that they felt under imminent threat. And they also said that their preliminary review shows that the current casualty claims do not align with existing information, but they said that a review is ongoing. But this comes just a day after over 30 Palestinians were killed at 2 more aid sites in Gaza, again by Israeli gunfire, according to Gaza health officials. We're seeing this almost daily now, dozens of Palestinians killed as they try to seek aid at these very chaotic aid distribution points where Israeli troops are routinely firing. People were killed also in a stampede not long ago, but clearly we're seeing an extremely deadly situation for civilians in Gaza at the moment.
Now,
completely manufactured.
Has there been any response at all from the Trump administration about this latest incident?
Cheered on.
So far, the Trump administration has not yet responded to it. We may hear something soon. I think it's also worth noting today that Israel has said that
I will not be shocked to find out that the Trump administration endorsed it, cheered it on, in back channels. There's no way. They're in favor of it. This didn't happen under Biden. This happened when Trump came into office.
Expanding its ground operation to enter into an area that it has not previously operated in much, which is Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. This is setting off alarms because it's one of the places where the UN is based and many humanitarian organizations are based, largely because it's one of the areas of Gaza that is comparatively intact. Hostage families are also very worried by this because previously the IDF have said it's not operating there because they believed hostages might be present. And so in general, they've been also asking for explanation from the Israeli government right now, Ike.
Patrick Reevell, thank you for the update.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't be like hurting people into cages, and this is probably all tied into the destroying of U.S. aid. So now there's only the one organization, and it's controlled by the IDF. Would it have still been horrific under Biden? Absolutely. But clearly, Netanyahu feels emboldened. Man-made famine.
Dr. Mads Gilbert, who's a senior consultant and professor of emergency medicine at the University Hospital of North Norway, joins us now from Tromsø in Norway. Dr. Mads, you know the situation in Gaza very, very well. And I spoke to you indeed about a month ago on the on the deeply desperate situation faced by the people of Gaza. That was then, and since, as we've just been hearing, people dropping in the streets, is now more than extreme. Famine has not been officially declared, but we must be close, with flour gone, markets empty, and hopes fading.
How can you not declare famine?
Describe just how serious this is now.
Well, this is an extremely serious, 100% man-made, widespread starvation situation for the 2.1 million people of Gaza. It is engineered, planned, and executed by the Israeli occupation forces and the Israeli government, supported by the US, and unfortunately not stopped by European and Arab governments. The situation from a medical point of view is beyond critical. The last OCHA report that came 3 days ago stated that all the inhabitants, 2.1 million people, are facing high levels of food insecurity. And 1 million of the 2.1 million are facing what we call ICP phase 4, which is extreme.
ICP, Insane Clown Posse, is involved in a genocide. I thought they were pretty cool. Cancel ICP.
Emergency food insecurity.
I'm so sorry.
And
what's wrong with
IPC gradation is the sort of the Richter scale of famine and starvation. It's the integrated food severity phase classification.
Used to be down with the clown.
The gold standard. And the most important thing now is that the last UN report, the OCHA report, states that 470,000 people in Gaza are now facing the IPC phase 5, which is the
okay, that's different
level of famine.
Okay,
And
so
this,
what are the implications of that then?
The implication of this is that this is the most severe phase of hunger. And it is, of course, shameful that in a world of plenty of food and accessibility, because we know that the UN has more than 9,000 truckloads of food and water and supplies ready to be shipped into Gaza, but is stopped by the number 2 point is that you have to give the food in a careful way, and you have to give the right food. And that is one point about the GAF, that they are not providing the essential food needed, like baby milk powder or food that doesn't need cooking. But you can give the starving people food in a way that they will alleviate the famine and not die. But the third point is that long-standing starvation in childhood will leave lifelong consequences on your body. So this is a very critical medical condition. And, you know, we have programs, the World Food Program, the UN, the medical community, we know how to handle this. But this is unprecedented, that this is man-made, and it is allowed to continue.
Yes.
This is not a drought, this is not an earthquake, this is not a flooding. This is planned ethnic cleansing and genocide, using lack of food, using thirst and lack of water as the weapon to kill and to move people. So we are in phase 5.
And again, as you emphasize, there are huge quantities of aid just right there. And if you stood at an aid truck just outside the Gazan borders, you could probably hear the children crying with hunger in their sleep.
Yes, you're right, and it adds this sadistic element because you know the occupiers, the Israeli occupation army, they see this, they know it, they know every detail, everything is mapped and counted. And the UN reports, as I mentioned, the OCHA report just 2 days ago, is completely evident to all the governments and the factors of power in the world, and still it is allowed to continue. Children are starving to death. Yesterday, 2 people starved to death. 1 child was a toddler or a newborn, just a few weeks old. So how come that this can continue when it is reversible? It is illegal to use starvation as a weapon. It is illegal to attack the civilian population in this way. Still, Israel prevails, continue with impunity, with this merciless, inhuman way of killing and inflicting pain on people of Gaza. If you allow me, Nick, I'll just read a very short message that I got from the Minister of Health, Dr. Youssef Abarish,
Briefly,
in
if you would,
Gaza yesterday. Yeah, he says, important and urgent press release, unprecedented numbers of starving citizens of all ages are arriving at emergency departments in hospitals in a state of extreme exhaustion and fatigue. We warn the world that hundreds of those whose bodies have emaciated will be at risk of certain death as a result of starvation and their body's ability to withstand the effect of starvation. Minister of Health, July 18th, Gaza, 2025. This is the reality. And we know now. And the leaders of EU, the US leaders, the Canadian leaders, the Arab countries, they know it. Turn off the oil and the gas to the west until food and water is turned on to Gaza's people.
It is, Dr. Mads, indeed a very grim reality. Appreciate your expertise. Thanks very much for joining us here on Al Jazeera. That's Mads Gilbert speaking to us from Norway.
Trump's special envoy, Adam Bowler, spoke with CNN State of the Union today. This is the best deal Hamas is going to get.
Because, look, Steve has been leaning in really closely on a deal, and he's done it with Israel. And I think post-Israel winning Iran...
He's talking about Steve Witkoff, and why would anybody believe the deal that he broke? He's the one that brokered the ceasefire not long after Trump came into office, and Israel was bombing Gaza, within hours of the ceasefire taking effect. So why would anybody believe your stupid deal?
Really closely on a deal, and he's done it with Israel. And I think post-Israel winning Iran, there's a new sense of ability to get something done. The Israelis want something done. Now, I'll tell you, because I've been with them, Hamas...
Israel winning Iran.
They've been offered many things that they should take, and it's time for Hamas to release the hostages. So I'm more optimistic than I was, because all of those factors are there. We've got an A-team negotiating it. Now what I really want to see is Hamas take action. And if they don't, I'll tell you something, Israel's going to have to take some kinetic action.
Like what?
Down to little details. This is why I said Hamas is hard-headed. I would say Israel at this point is bending over backward. They're redrawing maps. At this point, what you do is you say, look, we're going to take this deal. We're going to let at least 10 hostages go. We've got 2 dead Americans there. We've got the Chens and we have the Nutras. We need to get those Americans out. We need to get the other hostages out. And then what we've done...
How many Americans have the IDF killed?
A firm pathway to negotiate peace. That's the best they're going to get. And they should take the deal on the offer. Take the offer that's there. They haven't in the past. Every single time they don't take it, it goes down and goes down and goes down. So my recommendation to Hamas would be take the deal that Israel, that the United States is offering you. Let's get some people home, and let's move to end this conflict.
And what's the deal? Complete and total surrender and evacuation? How many Americans has the IDF killed? I would love to know. Speaking of deals, Trump, is it 7? I thought it was 5. It's more than I thought. You may have heard of the Druze in Syria, the Bedouin militia has began fighting with the Druze. This apparently broke a ceasefire deal that Trump brokered. Once again, showing what do Trump deals even mean. This is in the Suwayda region of Syria. What a cool looking area too. Awesome drone shot. Thought we were going to get some reporting on this. Bedouin fighters positioned outside of the southern Syrian city of Suwaida. I think that's the same place we're watching right now, but BBC has a different spelling. Told the BBC that they will observe a ceasefire with the Druze community, but not ruled out resuming hostilities. The Bedouin fighters have retreated from the city to surrounding villages in the province after a week of deadly sectarian clashes between the Druze fighters and the Bedouins and government forces. So it's a three-way dance over here. That's what you're watching video of. This is from yesterday. Israel carried out airstrikes in support of the Druze people. That dude pulled out a fucking Bedouin. Thank you, Mary Jane. Did you guys see that dude pull out the... He's got a little handgun. That reminds me of that scene in Harlem Nights. Where they got like the Tommy guns firing, and then the dude's like, pow, pow, pow. Arsenio Hall's like, stop that little motherfucker. On Sunday, a UK-based monitor group said there was a cautious calm in Syria. Later said tribal fighters had attacked villages from the town of Al-Mazara, a Druze town. Until last week, it was taken over by the Bedouin fighters and now under Syrian government control. Smoke could be seen across the fields rising from the Suwaida city. Probably what you're looking at right now. At a nearby checkpoint, a mound of dirt cut across the road. Dozens of government security personnel were standing along it, all heavily armed and blocking the Bedouin from re-entering the city. Hundreds of Bedouin fighters, many firing guns into the air, crowded the road. They want the release of injured Bedouin people still in the city of Suwaida, who they refer to as hostages. Otherwise, they say they will force their way past the checkpoint and head back into the city. We did what the government have ordered us, and we are... Sorry about that. I bet that was really loud. We did what the government has ordered us, and we are committed to the agreement and the government words. We came back. Suwaida is 35 kilometers far from here. Currently, our hostages and wounded are there. They are refusing to give us anyone. If they don't commit to the agreement, we are going to enter again, even if Suwaida will become our cemetery. Long-running tensions between the Druze and the Bedouin tribes erupted into deadly sectarian clashes a week ago after the abduction of a Druze merchant on the road to the capital, Damascus. Interim President Ahmed al-Shara's government responded by deploying forces to the city. Druze residents of Suwaida told the BBC they had witnessed barbaric acts as gunmen, government forces, and foreign fighters attacked people. Israel targeted these forces, saying they were acting to protect the Druze. Government forces withdrew, and Druze and Bedouin fighters subsequently clashed. Both the Druze and Bedouin fighters have been accused of atrocities over the past 7 days, as well as members of the security forces and individuals affiliated with the interim government. On Saturday, al-Shara announced a ceasefire and sent security forces to Suwaida to end the fighting. Local Druze fighters once again in control of the city, but more than 1,120 people have been killed. An UK-based Syrian Observatory for Human Rights said was the source for that total. The dead included 427 Druze fighters, 298 Druze civilians, 194 of whom were summarily executed by Defense and Interior Ministry personnel. Meanwhile, 354 government security personnel and 21 Sunni Bedouin were also killed. 3 of them civilians who said they were summarily executed by Druze fighters. Another 15 government troops were killed in Israeli strikes. At least 128,000 have been displaced by the violence. Swedwa is a city. Swedwa City has a severe medical supply shortage. A first humanitarian convoy from the Syrian Red Crescent has reportedly reached the city. Israel's public broadcaster reported that Israel had sent medical aid to the Druze. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, meanwhile, has demanded the government hold accountable and bring to justice anyone guilty of atrocities, including those in their own ranks, to preserve the possibility of a united and peaceful Syria. I can imagine the IDF attack to increase the chaos. That is usually their MO. I don't know enough about what is going on to have any kind of informed opinion, but that's totally the IDF's MO. So I can't imagine it would be any different in this scenario. This is something that happened a week and a half ago. But I thought it was cool footage. I wanted to play it. This is real-time footage of a Houthi ship attack. This is Houthi rebels in Yemen. They released the footage of them attacking a Greek-owned cargo ship. Oh, it's got dramatic music and everything. I love it. These motherfuckers got better production value than I do. They got drones and shit. The Houthi rebels. What, their PR department got a hold of the Mayday call? Or they probably recorded it in real time. Pirates nowadays, man. Oh, I'm not bad-mouthing them. They got their reasons for doing what they're doing. Wait, did they blow it up? It said no smoking, didn't it, Flash? Was sinking it more prudent than like stripping it for parts or repurposing it for something else? It's a big ass ship. You gotta admit, that was fucking cool. Singing it as a message to the West. Fair enough. We got footage coming out of Russia after they were hit with an earthquake. Several areas were on tsunami warning, tsunami watches. Five earthquakes. Russia was hit with 5 earthquakes in just a few hours. These items falling off shelves. .4 magnitude quake. Japan issued earthquake alerts following the quakes as the region remains prone to strong seismic activity. It shows the aftermath. The tectonic zone is highly volatile, often generating powerful earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. The tsunami watch was issued after the 7.4 quake off of Kamchatk's east coast. I believe they showed us all the cool video we're going to see. I wonder if that seismic activity has something to do with the... this is probably just a thunderstorm. That's what it says, thunderstorm. This is a boat in Vietnam. This was the aftermath of the boat capsizing. They rescued the people. You can see the boat there. Scores of people dead in Vietnam. At least 34 people have been killed. 8 still missing after a tourist boat capsized in bad weather. It happened on Saturday. The Wonder Sea boat was carrying 48 passengers, 5 crew members for a sightseeing tour of Ha Long Bay, a popular destination for visitors. The boat turned upside down because of strong winds during a sudden thunderstorm. Rescue workers recovered the 34 bodies near the side of the capsizing. Authorities said that 12 people were saved, but later corrected the number to 11. Insanity. We're going to bring it back to the U.S. This one not a natural disaster. I assume a drinky poo disaster.
Hollywood that's making headlines across the country. It all began around 2 a.m. when the Vermont Hollywood Club closed for the night. Police say 8 minutes after club security escorted a man outside, that man drove a car onto the sidewalk, ramming into the packed crowd, injuring at least 30 people, one of them critically. Investigators say the crowd then turned on the driver, pulling him from his car, kicking and punching him before someone else approached him and shot him.
Wow!
When you review the video, it's
wow! How'd he get away then? They're still looking for him as far as I know. What? They pulled him out of his car, beat the fuck out of him, shot him, but somehow he got away?
Let's get right to that breaking news in East Hollywood that's making headlines across the country. It all began around 2 a.m. when the Vermont Hollywood Club closed for the night. Police say 8 minutes after club security escorted a man outside, that man drove a car onto the sidewalk, ramming into the packed crowd, injuring at least 30 people, one of them critically. Investigators say the crowd then turned on the driver, pulling him from his car, kicking and punching him before someone else approached him and shot him.
when you review the video, it's clear that when he drove that vehicle down a sidewalk and around a bus, it was an intentional act. Security from the club attempted to detain him and handcuffed him, at which time an additional suspect, not related to our driver, came from across the street, armed with a firearm, and then shot our suspect.
Oh, possibly they're looking for the man with the firearm that shot the dude, not the dude that got the piss beat out of him, because I'd assume they know where he's at.
In the buttocks.
Police are now looking for the shooter. They also...
Wait, did he say in the buttocks? Did he say in the buttocks?
And shot our suspect in the buttocks.
This story has everything.
Breaking news in East Hollywood that's making headlines across the country. It all began around 2 a.m. when the Vermont Hollywood Club closed for the night. Police say 8 minutes after club security escorted a man outside,
capped his ass
onto the sidewalk, ramming into the packed crowd, injuring at least 30 people, one of them critically. Investigators say the crowd then turned on the driver, pulling him from his car, kicking and punching him before someone else approached him and shot him.
When you review the video, it's clear that when he drove that vehicle down a sidewalk and around a bus, it was an intentional act. Security from the club attempted to detain him and handcuffed him, at which time an additional suspect, not related to our driver, came from across the street, armed with a firearm, and then shot our suspect in the buttocks.
Police are now looking for the shooter. They also say all of the injured, including the driver, are stable and expected to survive.
And we want to show you more of this unique perspective. You saw some of it in our video, some living nearby.
Raiders, welcome in. For course language, is that how you say that? Did I get it right? Welcome in, my friend. Thank you for the raid. I'm JustinFREAKIN. We find out what that news be doing Sunday through Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern. And that news be doing stupid shit because I'm in awe of this story that we're covering right now. This happened last night or Friday night in L.A.
Critically, investigators say the crowd then turned on the driver, pulling him from his car, kicking and punching him before someone else approached him and shot him.
When you review the video, it's clear that when he drove that vehicle down a sidewalk and around a bus, it was an intentional act. Security from the club attempted to detain him and handcuffed him, at which time an additional suspect, not related to our driver, came from across the street, armed with a firearm, and then shot our suspect in the buttocks.
Shot him in the ass.
Police are now looking for the shooter. They also say all of the injured, including the driver, are stable and expected to survive.
And we want to show you more of
Dude got drunk and thrown out of a club, went and got in his car, plowed into the crowd in front of the club, injuring 30 people. Luckily, it doesn't seem like anybody was fatally injured. The crowd pulls him out of his vehicle, beat the shit out of him, and then someone from the crowd shot him in the ass.
this unique perspective. You saw some of it in our video, some living nearby.
I'm not high enough for this shit.
From several stories above, as victims were being wheeled to ambulances, crowds of police and fire gathering on scene and tending to the wounded. And we want to show you exactly where this happened. The Vermont Hollywood is located at the intersection of Santa Monica and Vermont. Very busy at most times of the day. And when clubs are letting out at 2 a.m., there was a big crowd with a lot of witnesses. Eyewitness News reporter Tim Pulliam has their stories and joins us now live. Tim?
Guys, the scene is clear now, but the aftermath of this crash was chaotic. Witnesses were shocked to see so many people injured.
Oh my God! Look, there's a girl down right there. It's not moving. There's a girl down that's right there. It's not moving.
Yeah, that video is from the Citizen app. The entire scene is wild. You see first responders treating several victims on the sidewalk, and then you see firefighters taking care of a victim on a stretcher, actually taking them away. All of this unfolding overnight at the Vermont Hollywood. Listen to this witness describe what he saw.
We in the club, we standing, we like 5 people behind, and we hear a loud bang. So we all start ducking, we think it's gunshots. We look out the car, we look out the club, and it's a car into the hole right there. And then it's crazy because people everywhere laying down, cars, people bleeding out and stuff, and we're like, damn, like we're in disbelief because in 20 seconds more, that would have been us.
At least 30 people were injured when this vehicle.
That's the suspect that we got the shit beat out of him.
The community for information about.
And shot in the ass.
Now the club has released a statement saying that they are saddened by this tragedy and that their thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. They are also thanking first responders for treating the injured. Tim Pulliam, ABC 7. Eyewitness News.
Tim, thank you. When you heard police say earlier they are reviewing surveillance video and believe this was an intentional act. Police also tell Eyewitness News they have obtained surveillance video of the shooter and they hope to release a photo soon to help track him down.
Hopefully
why? He's a fucking hero.
Nearby businesses in search of video as we do for any incident of this type.
I mean, I guess if the crowd was already beating the fuck out of the guy, you didn't need to shoot him in the ass. But the But it's like a cherry on, better safe than sorry, yeah. Like a cherry on top. Okay, good. Shoot him in the ass. He's clearly neutralized. Afterwards, he probably had to wash his ass.
Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
Let's keep it in California. Here's one you don't hear about every day. The dude is accused of dismembering his wife and his in-laws. Apparently died in jail.
Son of a Hollywood heavyweight awaiting trial for killing and dismembering his wife and murdering her parents is dead.
Now, 37-year-old Samuel Haskell IV was found dead in his cell. It's presumed to be a suicide. Rachel Menata.
Oh shit! So yeah, we covered this story when it happened, but we didn't know any of the details, and now he's dead.
Of a Hollywood heavyweight awaiting trial for killing and dismembering his wife and murdering her parents is dead.
A 37-year-old Samuel Haskell IV was found dead in his cell. It's presumed to be a suicide. Rachel Menitoff is live in the newsroom now with the dramatic end to his story. Rachel?
Rick Scher, Haskell was scheduled to appear for a preliminary hearing today. If convicted, he faced up to life in prison without parole. Now his death means on a criminal level, this case is over.
Like my resume says, unhappy, bitter, resentful.
Samuel Haskell, the son of a top Hollywood executive, found dead inside his jail cell at LA's Twin Tower Correctional Facility early Saturday morning by suicide. The 37-year-old was charged with killing and dismembering his wife and in-laws inside their Tarzana home in 2023. LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman says the defendant evaded justice and robbed the victim's family of their day in court.
But Mr. Haskell never, ever volunteered what happened and where he put the body parts of the three individuals he brutally killed, nor has he ever provided a full explanation as to why he did it.
The three family members were last seen alive on November 6, 2023. A day later, the husband and father of three is said to have hired day laborers to dispose of trash bags.
I was about to say, did they have body parts in a
The men were told the
dumpster?
bags contained rocks, and when they looked inside, they saw the remains, brought them back to the house, and called police. But when authorities arrived, all evidence was gone. They zeroed in on Haskell after a man scavenging for recyclables found a human torso in an Encino dumpster. Investigators believe this was his wife May's body, but her parents were never found. Hochman says investigators found machetes, cutting saws, knives, a .357 firearm, and blood all over Haskell's home.
Well, the effort to find the bodies of Mr. Haskell's in-laws will never stop until they're found. The likelihood, though, of finding them, almost a year and a half after they were killed goes down every day.
Haskell was charged with 3 counts of murder. He pleaded not guilty and was being held without bond before his trial.
So this was a very strong case for the prosecution, one where they were certain they were going to get a conviction.
Retired FBI agent Bobby Chacon, who has reviewed the evidence in this case, says the defendant began plotting a month before the murders and seemed to have a getaway plan.
So he was planning on murdering these people, getting rid of their bodies at least long enough to make his escape to Japan. And, it's
to Japan.
That's what happened. And but for the intervention of those laborers that did the right thing, he might have gotten away with it.
And a suicide note was apparently found. The DA says he hasn't had a chance to review it, but was told it does not provide a motive or the location of the remains. We did hear back today from Haskell's attorney, who says this case has always been about a father who would do anything to protect his children. He says the general public doesn't really know Samuel Haskell, that he was denied dignity, was paraded around in court, and this created unfair speculation about his personality and character.
Oh, bullshit.
We're live in the news center. I'm Rachel Menitoff. Cher, back to you.
Did she just toss it back to Cher? Like Cher is gonna be the anger one to flip back. Warlord, welcome in. Everybody say hey to producer Warlord. Libertad. Why is the British contingent here tonight at this time? Isn't it past both your bedtimes? You guys have that show over there called British Idol, right? Or something like that. Simon Cowell, he's one of yours. Over here, it's called American Idol. And there was a producer for it that got shot.
The man accused of murdering a music executive and her husband in Los Angeles made his first court appearance today. Nick Zechevich has the latest.
Police say the suspect in the deadly shooting of an American Idol executive and her husband lived near their Encino home. 22-year-old Raymond Budarian was arrested.
Oh, it's Encino again. Yeah, like we're going to have to change it from what the fuck is going on in Fort Worth to what the fuck is going on in Encino, apparently. Back-to-back stories.
The latest.
Police say the suspect in the deadly shooting of an American Idol executive and her husband lived near their Encino home. 22-year-old Raymond Budarian was arrested on Tuesday, the day after Robin Kay and Thomas DeLuca were found by LAPD officers during a welfare check.
Officers saw some blood in the walkway, and that caused them to make entry into the home.
4 days earlier, LAPD had responded to a call from a neighbor who saw a man jump the couple's fence.
There were no signs of forced entry or trouble at that time. They cleared from scene. However, upon further inspection on surveillance video, homicide investigators discovered that the suspect had managed to scale over one of the fences.
So did we catch that? The cops had a tip that the dude was there. They were completely incompetent and did not follow up.
A neighbor let police onto the property on Monday, and that's when they found the couple shot to death in their home. Security video shows someone entering through an unlocked door.
He was there for approximately half an hour. When the homeowners returned back to their residence, a violent struggle ensued between them and the suspect, who was already inside their home, which resulted in the victims tragically losing their life.
Investigators arrested Budarian at his home without incident. Court records show he had been arrested last year on a battery charge and for exhibiting a deadly weapon. Police have not confirmed a motive for the shootings, but they say the house had not been ransacked and it appears to have been a random attack. Nick Zechevich, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Ponder Monkey, did I tell you good evening? And you wait. We've got an update on that story. A lot of shit going on in California, including we now have is it three new good cops? Yes, 3 new good cops. An explosion on Friday killed 3 LA County deputy sheriffs.
To developing news, the LA County Sheriff's Department continues to mourn after 3 deputies are killed in an explosion.
All 3 of the deputies were members of the department's elite arson explosives detail, and their tragic losses obviously sending shock.
Wait, what? Their arson explosives detail died in an explosion. And they were elite. Ooh, this is... fuck. This is gonna be fucking fun.
To developing news, the LA County Sheriff's Department continues to mourn after 3 deputies are killed in an explosion.
All 3 of the deputies were members of the department's elite arson explosives detail, and their tragic losses obviously sending shockwaves to the devastated department. KTLA's Omar Lewis live for us in East LA this morning with more on this deadly accident and that growing memorial we see behind you.
What do you mean restart? What do you mean restart? I didn't even say anything. I haven't said anything yet. How could it be a restart?
Omar.
Yeah, we just saw someone leaving flowers here this morning, Megan and Lauren. We can tell you that July 18th now marks the deadliest day for the LA County Sheriff's Department in more than 160 years after 3 deputies were killed here yesterday. You can see there are deputies still blocking access to the training center here in East LA this morning. This is where the focus of this investigation now lies. Meanwhile, as we mentioned here,
I got it in before the redeem. That was the point. God damn it. Okay, so remember a year ago, 2 years ago, there were some LA County Sheriff's deputies. They were jogging. They were part of some training session. And they died, and it was kind of mysterious circumstances. And their families were like, we've been stonewalled. We don't know what happened. Do you guys remember that? And now we have some explosives experts killed at a training center for the LA County deputies. I smell something funky going on here.
Yeah, we just saw someone leaving flowers here this morning, Megan and Lauren. We can tell you that July 18th now marks the deadliest day for the LA County Sheriff's Department in more than 160 years after 3 deputies were killed here yesterday. You can see there are deputies still blocking access to the training center here in East LA this morning. This is where the focus of this investigation now lies. Meanwhile, as we mentioned here, a growing memorial is outside of this training facility here this morning with flowers and candles laid out. A man just dropped off some flowers here moments ago to pay his respects. We're also learning more about the lives lost and the moments that led up to this tragedy. Want to show you the pictures of the 3 LA County Sheriff's deputies.
Flash, you got your calibers?
Explosion. Detective Joshua Kelly Eklund, he joined the department back in 2006. The former narcotics officer is a married father of 7.
Of 7?
Victor Lemus joined the department in 2003. The former K-9 officer is a married father of 3 daughters. And Detective William Osborne joined the department in 1992. A former patrol deputy in
that's a Nazi if I've ever seen one.
Industry areas here. He was
the only way you get away with looking like that is if you're Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr can look like that because he's based.
Also a seasoned arson investigator that leaves behind a wife and 6 children. Combined, these deputies served 74 years and leave behind a total of 16 children. It's a loss being deeply felt not just by loved ones, but by neighbors and communities who knew them beyond the badge.
Salt of the earth.
Beyond the badge.
And that if your family needed help and they had to call 911, you would want these guys to show up because they were professional. They were polite. They would handle things the way.
They're part of a gang.
This is video from Friday evening when a solemn procession took place. The bodies of these 3 deputies were escorted to the LA County Medical Examiner's office. First responders, city and county leaders, they lined that 3.5-mile procession route, saluting their fallen colleagues. The explosion happened as these detectives were moving an undetonated device here at the East LA training facility around 7:30 Friday morning. Officials believe it was a tragic accident that is now under investigation, but investigators are tracing back that device to a call Thursday in Santa Monica where the team collected explosives from an apartment complex on Bay Street. The explosion shattered windows and set off car alarms nearly 100 feet away. No one else was injured outside of those 3 deputies, but the emotional impact has rippled through Southern California and far beyond.
This is unfortunately the largest loss of life for us as the
Robert
LA County
Luna,
Sheriff's Department
who was corrupt as
since
fuck.
1857.
You don't really think about it day to day until something like this happens, and then you realize how dangerous it really is. I know our families go through that. I know my family goes through that probably every day.
We're on air now.
We're on air now.
Right, and back out here live this morning, you can see a group of sheriff's deputies have gathered out here to pay their respects to their fallen colleagues. Some members of the community also arriving out here as well. We will be here this morning to speak to these folks, again, paying their respects in this solemn moment. A moment of tragedy, really, for the entire.
Oh yeah, I totally respect pizza delivery guys.
ATF is leading the federal investigation alongside the LAPD and the FBI. The Sheriff's Department says charges could come depending on who built and stored that explosive device. Meanwhile, memorial plans for these 3 detectives are still being finalized. We're going to give these folks
built and stored
to
it,
pay their respects and try to talk to them here shortly. That is.
Wait a minute, are you going to tell me that they retrieved it from somewhere and they brought it back and it killed 3 cops, so they're going to charge the person they took it from with murder? That's what you're going to tell me? I bet they're going to. The judge has sentenced a man. He was a clerk at a convenience store. was a security guard. Security guard getting prison. This happened back during the pandemic.
A judge sent a security guard who shot and killed a man to prison. Thanks for joining us at 5. I'm Denise Valdez.
I'm David Charnes. This is a story the 8 News Now investigators have followed right from the beginning, first obtaining video, which then became part of the case file.
Our Vanessa during today's tense moments, and we do want to warn you, the video in this report is of a sensitive nature.
But she's 100% in the wrong.
Sentencing Kezia Mitchell to 5.5 to 14 years in prison for shooting and killing a man.
That's all?
Working as a security guard. Judge Jones acknowledging this is a difficult case which dates back to the COVID-19 pandemic.
How? It didn't look like he did anything wrong whatsoever. She just pulled out a gun and like pointed it right at his fucking head. Ah, shit.
But she points to video and the need to protect the public.
It's not what took place in the store that's the biggest issue. It's what took place outside of the store that's the biggest issue.
This video shows the moments leading up to Kezia Mitchell shooting and killing Thomas Martin outside a 7-Eleven in August of 2020. Tensions escalate at this Northeast neighborhood convenience store in less than 2 minutes. Mitchell limiting customers due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Martin, frustrated, barges in. Mitchell pulls out a gun. She and another employee remove Martin. She continues to point the gun at him. He slaps it away. The confrontation continues. Mitchell shoots Martin in the chest in front of his longtime partner.
He died in my yard. And then she continued to threaten me and tell me to get off.
So this happened in 2020.
Prosecutors and Mitchell's defense team give versions of what happened.
I was asking myself, why was there even an arrest?
Her attorneys point to Martin's toxicology results showing he had methamphetamine in his system.
You would think that once outside the store, he would think.
Oh, whoa. Methamphetamine in his system? Or what's the chemical? It could be like Benadryl. Remember, this was during COVID. Somebody could be taking Benadryl.
In his system.
You would think that once outside the store, he would think maybe now. I don't know. It continues to be confrontational.
Prosecutors say Mitchell shouldn't have pulled out a gun, and they point to this. First exposed by the 8 News Now investigators. Showing Mitchell's interaction with a woman in the store parking lot.
We learn about another video, an uncharged act from 19 days before.
Oh, wow.
Where we watch Miss Mitchell treating another customer like an animal.
Mitchell's attorneys ask for probation after she entered an Alford plea where she doesn't admit guilt but believes there may be enough evidence to convict her. That took a murder charge off the table in exchange for 2 felonies, including voluntary manslaughter.
Wow.
I am truly sorry from the bottom of my heart.
Martin's partner saying in court she and his friends will be at Mitchell's parole hearings where she wants to hear her tell the truth. Reporting in downtown Las Vegas, Vanessa Murphy, 8 News Now.
Martin's partner also calling the Alford plea an insult since Mitchell is not admitting guilt.
Ooh, wow. Yeah, the security officer's the one that looked like they had meth in their system. I mean, let's keep it going, right? Why stop now with the crazy stuff? Going to Illinois. Police dash cam video captures a high-speed chase from Wisconsin into Illinois.
A driver faces
I don't give a fuck if it had profanity.
several charges after
God damn it.
chase. Police in Wisconsin shared the
Yeah, fucking fuck. Line one up, tip one back.
A driver faces several charges after this high-speed chase. Police in Wisconsin shared the dash cam video. They say the driver was trying to flee from officers who tried to stop him last month after he ran a stop sign in Pleasant Prairie. The chase reached speeds of more than 100 miles per hour before officers were able to block the car in Illinois. The driver is charged with reckless endangerment and possession of cocaine.
My profanity or my marijuana usage, which is at Holiday? Are you wanting me to limit one of those so you can watch it? I mean, I've thought about how to change the show to be more YouTube friendly. Perhaps doing like a 2.5 hour show and then doing a more risque show. Like, I don't know. I tried to write a kid show about cats, about a cartoon kid show about cats, and I ended up just making like the most horrific jokes you could imagine. Just like I sit down to write it, and my mind just... I tried. I was going to call it Catastrophe. Earlier in the show, I cut one of the news rundowns off because I was like, oh, we're covering that in a little bit. This is that story. The FBI seized a fire truck after a raid in an upscale L.A. neighborhood.
News in Brentwood after FBI agents raided a home.
It happened earlier this morning off of Rockingham Avenue near Sunset. The large police presence, a stunning wake-up call for neighbors. And Eyewitness News reporter Carlos Granda is live at the scene where authorities remain tight-lipped on the details. Carlos.
That's right. Those neighbors still have a lot of questions about what happened. Why was there this raid this morning? Well, right now it appears that this was a case of someone who allegedly had equipment and gear that could make it appear that he was a legitimate firefighter. The FBI, LAPD, and other agencies came to the home on Rockingham Avenue this morning. They found this fire truck inside the property. It's an older model dating back to 1986. It also had burn marks on the top. One person said they're looking to see if it was out during the Palisades fire and if the suspect could have been impersonating a firefighter. Records show the registered owner of the truck is the Santa Muerte Fire Department. That name was in the news before. Back in 2023, this man, Andrew DeBoer, was accused of impersonating a law enforcement officer in Chino Hills. According to the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, DeBoer was wearing a law enforcement uniform and had a firearm. He also wore a badge that read Santa Muerte Fire Department, which investigators say does not exist. No word if cases are connected. The fire truck today had official state plates. The plate was removed.
Wait, whoa. So the fire truck is registered to a fire station that doesn't exist. It's the Saint of Death? Wow. Wait, Silent, are you saying it does?
The top. One person said they're looking to see if it was out during the Palisades fire and if the suspect could have been impersonating a firefighter. Records show the registered owner of the truck is the Santa Muerte Fire Department. That name was in the news before. Back in 2023, this man, Andrew DeBoer, was accused of impersonating a law enforcement officer in Chino Hills. According to the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, DeBoer was wearing a law enforcement uniform and had a firearm. He also wore a badge that read Santa Muerte Fire Department, which investigators say does not exist. No word if these two cases are connected. The fire truck today had official state plates. The plate was removed and the fire truck was towed away. Agents also searched several other vehicles. Neighbors say there has been police activity here, but nothing like this.
We heard the helicopter just circling above the house, and so we looked out, tried to see what was going on. Didn't know what it was, but came to check it out and saw, FBI's here, police are here, so, and this abandoned fire truck is here, so curious to find out what happens.
And one other neighbor who didn't want to be identified said she believes there's other firefighting equipment on the property, but no one at the FBI or the LAPD would comment officially about any of the details of this case. Reporting live from Brentwood, I'm Carlos Granda, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Just every day out here, like it never stops. I took a week off. The news still be doing shit. Most absurd news, politics, and current events on the internet here on the Troll Patrol Live. Oh boy, content warning for this one. It was a fatal crash that happened on Highway 15 in California. Ooh! Still, welcome in. Hello. Finvox, I tell you good evening. That is the aftermath. Was that a electric car? Was that something like that shut itself down, or was he just having some sort of other mechanical issue? Ooh. I don't know if maybe it was a cop that was pulled over that we're seeing the dash cam. It said they got the footage from on scene, so maybe this is some sort of people that help out, because it seems this person, they've got their hazard lights on. So this could have been like bigger areas always have like if you're broke down on the side of the road, you can call like a service. Who's your helper? Yeah. Different areas have services like that. This could be the California one. Insane. Dude's name is Felix Baumgartner. He was a paraglider. I say was a paraglider because he ain't alive anymore. This is footage from his final takeoff. To have someone's final moments memorialized like this. As I understand it, this is the flight that killed him. I mean, I'm scared of heights, but that looks like it could be fun. It was basically just gliding through the air with a fan on your back. The heartbroken longtime partner of Felix Baumgartner, an Australian base jumper and skydiver who died while paragliding in Italy this past week, has shared chilling footage of his final takeoff. Mihaela Schwarzenberg shared the clip Friday night of Felix rising into the air, noting in a touching tribute alongside the video that she had no idea he was beginning the final flight. Ah, fuck. Seriously? Noting in a touching tribute alongside the video that she had no idea he was beginning his final flight of his extraordinary life. She went on to remember being there for nearly every one of Felix's takeoffs and landings, from skydiving and paragliding to helicopter flights and beyond. And when she wasn't there, they had a WLC code standing for the Wi-Fi landing call. Never missed one except this one. Aww. They look cute. Sudden loss of Felix is ripping her apart. She said she must now deal with the shock and pain. The record-setting extreme sportster nicknamed Fearless Felix died this week after he reportedly became ill and lost control of his aircraft. He crashed near a hotel swimming pool in the town of Porto Saint Elpidio and had reportedly lost consciousness by the time of impact. He was best known for his high-altitude jump from the stratosphere all the way back down to Earth in 2012. He notably broke the sound barrier during his descent. Oh, shit. Is this when he did that?
You're like all over the world. You're a legend. First of all, 800 miles an hour.
I think so. That was the Red Bull thing.
I don't know, like, how does that feel?
Social Stunt, welcome in.
Well, the big problem is you don't really feel the speed because you have no indication. You know you're fast because you kind of feel it, but you never feel 800 miles an hour.
Unless you see like a point of reference flying by you, right?
Yeah, but there's nothing up there, So the whole time when I was falling down, I never figured how fast I am. So when I opened my parachute, I still didn't know if I break the speed of sound. But when I landed, believe it or not, there were 15 different people from different places who heard the supersonic boom. Wow. And there I knew I broke the speed of sound.
Were you ever like afraid of heights as a kid? Because I mean, you jump all the time,
Yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time on trees. If you look at all my pictures when I was a little kid, I was always hanging on trees because I really liked the view from above. I always wanted to see the world from above. And that's probably the reason why I started skydiving when I was 15 years old. And from that moment on, I was addicted to skydiving.
Good on you, dude. I couldn't do it. He dead now, but he died doing what he loved. So that's one way. You could die just going for like a routine medical procedure and then being involved in some freak accident. That'd be a hell of a way to go.
We were asked to leave Nassau Open MRI today. No comment about the Wednesday incident that saw a 61-year-old suffer critical injuries after walking in on an MRI in progress.
When that door is closed, everyone knows not to enter. That's surprising.
Nicole Ham says she's a patient here and calls the incident insane. The victim, police say, was wearing a large metal chain around his neck. The MRI's powerful magnet grabbed hold of that chain and pulled the unidentified man into the machine.
If this was a chain that was wrapped around the neck, I could imagine any kind of strangulation injuries that could happen, asphyxiation.
This Northwell Health doctor had no direct knowledge of the incident, but she pointed out that the power of MRI magnets is the reason patients must remove all metal objects before any exam.
We're in zone 2 right now. This is a patient holding area.
Today, this North Shore University Hospital radiology technician showed us the layers of security.
Gentlemen, how are you?
It was like a 60-year-old dude. I can't imagine he's like got a padlock.
Out of the MRI examination rooms.
The technologists are responsible. Anybody that tries to come in here, they're the gatekeepers to stopping anyone from coming in.
Charles Winterfeld says although MRI magnets are strong enough to move a wheelchair, he's surprised a simple metal chain could have resulted in such a serious injury.
For example, this would probably be attracted, but it would probably just pull up and I could hold this it wouldn't rip off my neck.
A big surprise, huge, unbelievable. I can't believe it.
Yeah, that's what unbelievable means. You're unbelievable. Oh! Usually when you can't believe something, it's unbelievable. But believe it! That's what we do here. We do the most absurd news, politics, current events on the internet. A seedy sex festival sparks noise complaints as 1,000 swingers descend on a sleepy town for a 3-day event where they slept with people, but they weren't very tired. Come one, come all. Kinky revelers have descended on a sleepy English village for the country's biggest annual swingers festival, sparking noise complaints from conservative locals outraged by ear-splitting orgasms. Swingathon, taking place this weekend in the town of Allington, 2 hours north of London, and it has attracted around 1,000 amorous attendees. That's more than the number of residents who live in the quaint village, which has a listed population of just 897. This is what the digs look like at Swingathon. I would have called it something Swinger Fest or some shit. Swingathon sounds like too much like Toyotathon. The 3-day festival of Frisk. Play tents, pole dancing, foam parties, mobile dungeons, and sex games like butt plug bingo. How do you play butt plug bingo? And before you play butt plug bingo, it's hard to say. Please wash your ass.
Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Are there people? What the 4-page instructions? Are there people and their buttholes are? The annual festival first began back in 2020. It is becoming bigger each year, much to the chagrin of locals. We're becoming known as the swinger capital of England just because of this festival, and that's not a title we want, one anonymous resident told Southwest News Service. It's mostly elderly people and families here, so you can imagine them spitting their tea out when they learned we were the home of Swingathon. It's usually the talk of the village. Some say let consenting adults do whatever they want to do, but I know many are not pleased they have chosen here for such activities. It's just a bit seedy and sleazy, isn't it? Not for me, I'm afraid.
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me.
In recent years, residents have publicly complained about an onslaught of loud moaning sounds. I like the t-shirt. However, the organizer of the Summertime Sex Festival insists there's nothing dirty about the event. Contrary to some beliefs, there are no keys in bowls, seedy music, lecherous individuals, or a high level of STIs among this community. In fact, individuals within this community are respectful, conscientious, and more likely to practice safe sex or be regularly tested than the average person. That's true. And you might meet on a night out in a club. The team are passionate about normalizing the sexual freedom that alternative lifestyles provide and continue to strive against prejudice and adversity to bring the community a safe and inclusive social play and learning space. Tickets for the festival go for around $250. They have live music, DJs, workshops, and demonstrations that are advertised as being set in a safe, inclusive space that celebrates diversity. Fucking A, though I do think I said shit sometime in there. But I don't wanna be confined to not cussing again. I feel limited. That is a pretty pricey entrance fee. However, it is for 3 days. To go to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution in the business section. Atlanta, of course, the home of Coca-Cola. Trump says Coca-Cola will use cane sugar in the U.S. It's just better, the president said on social media. Coke teased new innovative offerings but did not fully confirm Trump's statement. Oh shit, do I not have it? I do not have access to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. I'll have to fix that. President Donald Trump late on Wednesday said he had sweet-talked Atlanta beverage giant Coca-Cola into changing a key soda ingredient. Coca-Cola said, no, that's not exactly true. I would be against banning corn syrup, but like, I don't drink sodas. This is not really a thing about that's on me. I do believe sugar is better than corn syrup. President Donald Trump says he sweet-talked Atlanta beverage giant Coca-Cola into changing a key soda ingredient. I've been speaking to Coca-Cola about using real cane sugar and Coke in the United States, and they have agreed to do so. Thank the company. This will be a very good move by them. You'll see, it's just better. Coca-Cola spokesperson said the company appreciates Trump's enthusiasm for its brand, but did not go as far as confirming such a move. Doesn't he drink Diet Coke anyway? It doesn't have corn syrup in it, right? Like it's like aspartame or whatever. More details on new innovative offerings within our Coca-Cola product range will be shared soon. Coca-Cola has used high fructose corn syrup in many of its U.S.-made sodas since the 80s. And this is according to Dwayne Stanford, the editor and publisher of trade publication Beverage Digest. In other countries such as Mexico and India, the company uses cane sugar. The Mexican version of flagship Coke is available in many U.S. stores. Stanford was skeptical of a widespread change, which would require re-engineering a massive supply chain. It's unclear the scale of what Trump is pushing for here, but a wholesale conversion would be complex and unlikely. Coca-Cola might consider a new product that contains cane sugar, such as its competitors' Pepsi Real Sugar. Trump's announcement comes as his administration has pressured food companies to remove ingredients such as artificial dyes. U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been a critic of high fructose corn syrup, saying in promotional videos it's just a formula for making you obese and diabetic. Many beverage companies like Coca-Cola use sugar-free or corn syrup alternatives in reduced or zero-calorie drinks such as Diet Coke. That's what I thought. I'd like to try my hand at making my own soda. That would be fun. Trump trying his hand at getting late-night comedy hosts fired, apparently. Says Jimmy Kimmel is next following Stephen Colbert's exit from The Late Show. President Trump took a swing at ABC's Jimmy Kimmel on Friday. I've got news brain. ABC's Jimmy Kimmel on Friday following CBS's decision to cancel The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, suggesting he is next on the chopping block. Trump said, I absolutely love that Colbert got fired. His talent was even less than his ratings. Kimmel is next. Has even less talent than Colbert. That seems to be a violation of the First Amendment. Greg Gutfeld is better than all of them combined, including the moron on NBC who ruined the once great Tonight Show, he added. He took a shot at Jimmy Fallon. Hey, Fallon, you've been over there trying to play it straight, not get into politics. Here's Trump taking a shot at you anyway. CBS announced on Thursday that due to financial reasons, it is nixing The Late Show, rocking the late-night TV landscape. This is purely a financial decision against a challenging backdrop in late night. That's what the company wrote in a statement. It is not related in any way to the show's performance, content, or other matters happening at Paramount. Now, Stephen Colbert apparently has a staff of like 200 people. How much does he make a year from CBS? $15 million a year that Stephen Colbert is getting paid to do The Late Show. Now, I have always wanted to try my hand at reinventing late night TV. CBS, you don't have to pay me $15 million. I don't need a staff of 200. I can do what I think would be a much better show. Something innovative, pushing boundaries, and that David Letterman himself would be proud of. I'd have to move to New York. I understand what it takes to live in New York. $500,000? Pay me $500,000. I'll host the new and improved Late Show. And I'm sure my staff will we're not greedy. I just want enough money to be able to live on. I do it for the love of the game. I don't need $15 million at all. So CBS, if you would like to keep the Late Show franchise going and you need a much cheaper alternative, I'll do it for $500,000. Or $500,000. If you tell me it's a little bit more expensive to live in New York City, maybe $750. I'm not greedy, though. I just want to be able to live comfortably. And New York is really expensive. I'm going to need a car. Holiday can be my Paul Schaefer. Seriously. We've got this. I got producer Dave. I'll get producer Dave to go to New York City with me. I was a David Letterman fan. So I wrote a report in high school on David Letterman. He was my idol. I would be honored to take over the Late Show slot. And hey, here's another thing, CBS. I'm not one of the coastal elites. I have the accent. I sound like middle America. I got that southern drawl. I'll wear the suit. I'll wear War Machine. I will wear a suit and have bandanas that match the the tie I'm wearing and shit. Absolutely. Totally down. Oh, yeah, CBS can totally suck my nuts. Unless they want to give me a show.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
But I've thought about it. I would totally do the suit and tie look, wear a bandana that matches. I'd pull it off. I'd look cool. Sky News. They're trying to compete with OAN, Newsmax or something, I guess. They've gotten crazy with their commentary. Here they are saying karma is a bitch to Stephen Colbert.
Stephen Colbert, the unfunniest flog on television, was sacked this
Oh my God!
Stephen Colbert, the unfunniest flog on television, was sacked this week. Yes, the Trump deranged activist masquerading as a comic had his show cancelled by CBS. You know, I'd forgive Colbert for his lies and viciousness, for his loathing of more than half his countrymen and spewing endless venom if he was actually funny. But for years, CBS has unleashed on a dwindling audience an insufferable lefty who's about as funny as an ingrown toenail.
So she makes a point. Because once again, I never missed a late show. Now, I didn't keep up with it as regularly into the 2010s, even when Dave was still on it. But when I was in high school, did not miss the late show. Watched it well into my 20s. I was a huge Stephen Colbert fan. Never missed the Colbert Report on Comedy Central. So I'm 100% the exact person that they were aiming for. I'm their target demographic. And I didn't watch the Late Show with Stephen Colbert. I honestly found it stale and kind of insufferable. So, so COVID obsessed.
I've cut that mercifully short. No wonder that hot mess was losing.
Yes. Colbert was better as a fake Republican than a real liberal. It's kind of my fault he's getting canceled because I'm not contributing to his ratings. I would watch some of his segments. I think the whole late night landscape, late night format needs to be shaken up. It's very stale, but also, and while I say that I was Colbert's target audience, I probably wasn't. As someone that grew up watching The Late Show and someone who loved Stephen Colbert on Comedy Central, who's watching late night television in 2016 when he took over? I wasn't. I'm not the one watching CBS after the evening news. That's a much older demographic. So Colbert had to change his show because in a lot of ways it wasn't for me anymore.
$40 million a year. How can you have so many writers and producers and consistently produce nothing but trash? Even when Colbert had someone remotely funny and insightful on, and that was rare, he would go out of his way to shut them down. But his show did give us this beautiful moment, one that Colbert hated. Remember this exchange about the origins of the COVID virus with Jon Stewart?
They are... But the lab was, see, that's the break in logic there. The lab is there because that's where a lot of bats are, which would spawn a coronavirus. That's why they put the lab there. It's not up to him to be completely informed on everything.
All he could during that segment to dismiss, to lampoon his fellow lefty there, but it remains his show's funniest and most useful segments in a long, long run.
I am fascinated by how obsessed the right is with COVID. Like, they're the ones that constantly bring it.
Yeah, that was the highlight of Colbert's 33-year run, and it wasn't even courtesy of him. If you think I'm being too harsh on Colbert at his moment of need,
33-year run.
of how gleeful
This is his entire career.
Tucker Carlson was fired. Yep, after calling more than half the country racist, sexist bigots, portraying his political opponents as modern-day Hitlers, and going out of his way to promote hate and division.
Ma'am, we watched Mehdi Hasan go on outnumbered, and he thought he was debating Republicans, 20 Republicans, and multiple of them came out and was like, yeah, what's wrong with Nazis? Yes, I'm a fascist. Like, it's just the facts.
That President Trump himself bids this stage 4 TDS sufferer goodbye.
Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May. And yeah.
Okay, that's pretty fucking funny.
It's not just the end of our show, but it's the end of The Late Show on CBS. I'm not being...
Pan flute, my heart will go on.
Away.
Good riddance, and as they say in the classics, karma is a bitch.
Karma is a bitch. I can't wait to see what happens to you, ma'am. Keeping it on celebrity news. Nicki Minaj reaching out to my GOP mommy, Anna Paulina Luna. For help over her beef with SZA. I don't even know why she's beefing with SZA. Rapper Nicki Minaj reached out to Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna for help over alleged threats a DJ and streamer made in response to her social media beef with SZA. Mac Wop, an associate of the record label Top Dog Entertainment, chimed in on the feud during a live stream telling Minaj, "Hey Nicki, relax, before you get put in a blender like your boy did." Minaj, whose real name is Onika Miraj Petty. Wow, her last name is Petty. Just because your name is Petty. Ooh, we have the clip.
Oh, what's going on, bruh? Oh my God. Update me. This internet shit crazy. I'm your blood. Hey, Nicki, relax. Or you get put in the blender like your boy did. Uh-oh. She gotta relax.
It's Nicki Minaj. She don't relax. She responded, "Did you just threaten to harm me, Mac Wop? FBI, I want this man investigated right away." According to Complex, Mac Wop could have been referring to the feud between Kendrick Lamar and Drake, who is on the same Young Money Entertainment label as Minaj. The super bass rapper, however, didn't take the comment lightly and made a post addressing Anna Paulina Luna, who previously made headlines for calling for the release of rapper Tony Lanz after he was convicted of shooting rapper Megan Thee Stallion in the foot. Rep Luna, this man just publicly threatened me. I've notified the FBI and CIA. I want this thug locked up, and I'm ready to talk about everything these people have done to me. My GOP mommy has responded back. Please text my cell. I will forward this to law enforcement immediately. Threats of violence and assassination should be taken very seriously. Hope you're okay. We'll talk soon. Nicki Minaj. Anna Paulina Luna, my GOP mommy, out here tweeting back Nicki Minaj. And doing it in front of Rihanna and her fish. Now that's an orgy couch indeed. Hey, Nicki's cute. She just crazy. Katy Perry apparently suffered a wardrobe malfunction. Oh, please tell me there's video. Please tell me there's video. Surely somebody's got cell phone video or something. At a concert, Katy Perry, they're fucking, somebody vapid is recording this shit. Here we go. Of course somebody was recording this shit. She's doing Roar. It's going into the chorus of Roar. She is definitely not happy. You can see the look on her face. That Beyonce's Fly Car, we played that like 2 weeks ago. I was getting ready to bring that up. Not a good year to be going around with crowds. Elevated on some sort of prop. You guys can't. I had to turn it down because I didn't want to get copyright claimed on it. But she doesn't miss a note. She doesn't miss a note at all. And by that I mean there's a backing track she's singing along to. I mean, she's live. You can hear it in her mic. She's talking to the crowd. But you could also hear the what's supposed to be Katy Perry live on the backing track. I pointed out with the Taylor Swift concert when we watched it because something was just off. Go back and watch the Lady Gaga concert. Like, oh, that's what a woman singing live sounds like. Might want to watch out at concerts. Mechanical props. Not the only thing getting people in trouble.
Everyone's talking about the CEO caught on kiss cam at a Coldplay concert, snuggling with his head of human resources. Today, there are serious questions whether they will be forced to leave their jobs. Allison,
he's already resigned.
Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
The woman who shot that now infamous Coldplay kiss cam that caught 2 executives apparently cheating is speaking out.
Chris Martin making a joke, but he nailed it.
28-year-old Grace Springer was at the concert at the Gillette Stadium in Boston and captured the moment that has now been viewed 53 million times.
I could have never guessed that it would be such high-profile individuals in the video. I do feel sorry for their partners and spouses that they had to find out this way.
Do you think if they had not tried to hide, Coldplay would have moved on?
100%. I think if they acted natural, no one would have thought twice. What a cute couple. I mean, I'm sure people in their inner circle might have caught something, but I definitely wouldn't have posted that video if the reaction wasn't the way that it was.
Yep.
We're going to continue to expand globally. We're going to
Andy Byron, CEO of a billion-dollar AI company, and Kristen Cabot, his
fuck him.
Resources, were seen shrinking in panic at the concert. He's married with teenage children. Kristen Cabot
Billion-dollar AI company. Fuck this dude. I mean, he's not the CEO anymore.
has been divorced for 3 years. She was hired just 8 months ago. And now that 15 seconds of video is having a devastating impact on both of their lives. The New York Post front page headline, Dumbotron. I spoke with workplace expert Stephen Viscusi.
This requires, to me, not 1, but 2 resignations.
Fortune magazine is predicting severe consequences for the company's culture, reputation, and financial stability.
Oh, look at these 2.
Parodies and memes are flooding social media.
Oh, look at these 2. All right, come on, you're okay?
Byron's wife isn't laughing. She's scrubbed her social media.
I think cheating is an abomination, okay? And this man has a wife, he has children, these kids are gonna have to watch and see this. They don't look, I would be devastated if I was his wife.
You do have to think about the children and the spouses. We're all laughing about it, but they're all families and stuff.
So someone think of the children.
Stupid prizes.
Someone think of the children. Have you heard about the Gen Z stare? This is apparently a thing, the Gen Z stare.
On rattling millennials.
I just had my first experience with the Gen Z stare.
And putting Gen Z on the defensive.
Most of the time, it's us trying to figure out if you're being for real.
I saw a really funny meme. Maybe I'll grab it here.
It's the phenomenon rattling millennials.
I just had my first experience with the Gen Z stare.
And putting Gen Z on the defensive.
Most of the time, it's us trying to figure out if you're being for real or not.
A blank expression dubbed the Gen Z stare at the center of the latest generational beef on TikTok.
They just look at you like they just saw a ghost.
So what exactly is it? According to millennial TikTokers, it plays out like this.
Here's my impression. Hey, how are you?
Gen Zers.
No. It's usually something like this. The Gen Z stare is rude. Ma'am, you just asked me what kind of brown I am. So it's not, hey, how are you? You asked something completely off color.
If you're being for real or not.
A blank expression dubbed the Gen Z stare at the center of the latest generational.
I love it.
TikTok.
They just look at you like they just saw a ghost.
Dirt
So
face.
What exactly is it? According to millennial TikTokers, it plays out like this.
Here's my impression. Hey, how are you?
Gen Zers parodied in these online skits.
Are you still using this rack?
In customer service settings.
How is everyone tonight?
And in the workplace.
Can you just show me how to use a printer?
The trope even playing out in shows like The White Lotus.
Hi.
We have the Gen Z stare because most of y'all are just clueless.
TikToker Jet Demetrius Latham, one of many Gen Z content creators, weighing in on the trend.
As a member of Gen Z, could you just start off explaining what the stare is?
Yeah.
Stop telling me to watch White Lotus.
So the Gen Z stare is kind of like a deadpan, like blank kind of stare that we give to often like customers when they're asking very like awkward or obvious questions.
With every
stupid question,
the Gen Z stare comes a new theory as to why it's happening.
The Gen Z stare is about refusing to perform anything for somebody else.
But a lot of older generations talk too much, too rudely, and too proudly while being too stupid.
All I see is you guys bullying teenagers who are growing up in a much more difficult world than you did.
I don't really feel like it's a lack of social skills. I just think we just don't care.
So are they buffering, protecting their peace, or genuinely anxious about interacting?
I mean, there is an interesting question about how the pandemic might have influenced social interactions. But I had another idea. Maybe somebody popular started this stare, and then other kids in the same age range got it into their feed, and it became a trend due to algorithms.
Do we just generally see shifts in the way people communicate? Is that like a normal thing that happens among these generations?
Absolutely, because generational interactions are based on the time that we're born into. The challenge here is that when you have this dead stare, it comes off as rude and it creates a social awkwardness.
Whether it's a blank gaze or a digital daze, that stare might be here to stay.
Stephen Romo joins us now. See, why the stare?
I was trying to pull it off. I can do it.
It's good for social media, but what about the workforce?
Yeah, a good question. We asked our Gen Z expert there about how this would play in the workforce, and the answer was kind of, if a whole generation is doing this, then they're going to have to get used to it. The workforce is going to have to adapt to them. That's sort of the attitude they have right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
He was 18 years old, so we'll see how that evolves. Once he enters the workforce, we'll see how it goes.
All right, good to know, though. And it's good that we sort of translate these ways of communicating nowadays. We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated.
Hey, shut up, Lit.
Stories on the NBC News app.
Mama.
Watch live on our YouTube channel.
Did you know that Downing Street has a cat named Larry? This is 10 Downing Street. This is the Prime Minister's residence. This is Larry the cat causing mischief.
Brought in to combat Downing Street's rodent problem, he's captured the hearts and minds of the British public.
Much like a politician, he's fought off bitter rivals, put on his tie, and brushed shoulders with high-profile figures.
Sadly, I can't take Larry with me. He belongs to the house and the staff love him very much, as do I.
He's probably the most snapped cat in Britain, including by me.
One of the most famous cats in the country. It's Larry the cat.
But he doesn't always behave himself.
So here are 7 times Larry the cat.
Yes.
Mischief.
So cool.
The 4-year-old tabby and white cat was adopted from Battersea Dogs and Cats Home, and
he does. He looks just like Maynard right there.
He's a good mouser. I think he's got 3, as it were, sort of slapped on the side. He's caught 3 mice, verifiable.
3. He's been there since Cameron.
Started that not only was he not very good at catching mice, but there was also a rift with David Cameron. This is politics after all. This isn't the first falling out between a chief mouser and the inhabitants of Downing Street. Humphrey was employed between 1989 and 1997. He was named after Humphrey Appleby, the archetypal civil servant.
Humphrey Appleby!
Yes, minister.
As long as you're not asking me to resort to crude generalizations and vulgar oversimplifications such as a simple yes or no, I shall do my utmost to oblige.
Shortly after the Blairs moved in, Humphrey was moved off to a new home. His departure from Downing Street for medical reasons sparked fears for his safety amid rumours he'd been leaving puddles on the carpets and that Cherie Blair had a distaste for cats. A spokesperson said the suggestion Cherie got rid of Humphrey was a vile slur. After the uproar, Humphrey was photographed.
I don't eat at Applebee's. Discuss.
Today's date to prove he was still alive.
Turtle Bees puts the turtles in the bees.
Top cat
No,
is
but
easy
puts
when
the
you're
bees
the
in the
only pet
turtles.
in the place.
That's
But
what gives the
over
meat
years,
its
Larry's
flavor.
had to fight off some stiff competition. Life was pretty chill with Cameron and then May.
Hey, I forgot about Boris. Holy shit. How could I forget about this motherfucker?
Moved in. Things took a turn.
Downing Street goes to the dogs. A new resident.
And a particular dog?
Yes.
Who's going to be competing with Larry the cat?
Yes, a dog had entered Downing Street. Dylan the puppy moved in with the PM and his wife, Carrie Simmons.
Larry can always smell the dog, and instead of, they had to be separated. They had to close the doors in one of the corridors so that they wouldn't be able to get to each other. And then Larry was unceremoniously kicked out of Downing Street to allow the dog to roam. So then he found a way to get in sideways back into Downing Street, and then he smacked the dog about.
Aha!
He was offered a brief respite while Liz Truss was in charge. Rishi Sunak's family also have a dog. However, Larry clearly rules the roost. Rishi Sunak's wife Akshata Murthy has revealed the two pets don't get along, and there had been some heated exchanges with the family's Labrador Nova. It was confirmed, however, that Larry had come out on top.
Of course he did.
This Downing Street to be his territory, so obviously having any dog there is kind of, you know, it's foreign.
I want to hold Maynard.
This is my turf. You know, no dog's going to be, you know, ruling over me.
Elections are a tricky time for Larry, as a new Prime Minister could threaten his laid-back lifestyle. When cat lover Jeremy Corbyn was leader of the opposition, he was asked about how his own feline friend, El Gato, would react to Larry.
Well, I've been asking El Gato about this, and I'm getting mixed messages from him, actually. But this morning he seemed extremely happy once he'd had his breakfast, but was not happy about the weather.
But Larry probably isn't too worried about if Keir Starmer moves in. He only has a hamster.
Larry might eat the hamster. I can't find Maynard. He's in his little cubby thing down here.
Ambassador for the UK might be out of the question, as his temperament can't really be trusted. He got on like a house on fire with Barack Obama.
I think he was a rescue cat.
He eagerly awaited his old friend's arrival when Obama returned 5 years later.
Aww.
However, other presidents have had less luck with meeting the Moggy.
When President Joe Biden was coming to visit, they'd rolled out the red carpet and it was all looking beautiful, and Larry just sort of wandered out and ambled out and sat on it, and he had to be scooped up by a security guard who took him back inside.
Boo!
And he did, when President Trump came to visit, almost caused a diplomatic incident when he decided that he'd sit under the presidential car known as the Beast, huge thing in Downing Street. Larry decided he was going to have to sit under it and wasn't going to move.
Larry wasn't very friendly to the boss of Mitsubishi either when he tried to show him some love. Or the Irish Prime Minister. Awkward. But he was on his best behaviour when the Ukrainian ambassador came to visit.
Some people inside would actually say he's quite standoffish.
Imagine Maynard came over here.
He's not very friendly, but then he has if people he does know, he's quite comfortable.
Yes, I did.
So with me, he'll see me, he'll come up to me. You know, it's basically I've got snacks, so
Larry knows.
Trying to say, okay, I'll see what we got today for me today.
I have spent many years trying to get Larry to let me make a fuss of him, and I have failed, and I'm very sad about this. But he's
Tomorrow night for Live Music Monday after the Troll Patrol, we're doing Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds.
To see what the press are up to.
This is a recent concert just a couple months ago with the new album.
Look, say hi to Newsround. Can I have a stroke? Oh, yes.
Oh, he's stroking the pussy.
Uh-oh.
Everyone wants a piece of Larry, and getting
Hope you've enjoyed the supersized Sunday Troll Patrol.
being at Downing Street. He gets papped more than some politicians.
Made it almost 7 hours. 7 hours of a fucking show today.
London Street, then you've probably seen Larry making moves on.
To be fair, only 5 was news.
From TikTok to Reddit, Larry gets about. But X is this cat's favourite platform, where he's even got a human.
So tomorrow night, normal troll time.
Pause.
Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds after Troll Patrol.
The first time I realised that Larry was something of an internet legend. Was, I guess, the guy who...
We do live music Monday after the Troll Patrol. So Troll Patrol at 8 p.m. We'll find out what that news be doing. Around 10:30, 11, we'll do live music Monday.
And the next thing I knew,
we're going to be watching Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds from Paris from a couple months ago.
By about 1,000%.
Absolutely love Nick Cave.
Probably about 30.
Should be amazing.
29,999 of those people are actually following me because of Larry.
You're going to head over to Producer Dave if you're watching on Twitch.
Cameron era. So when he stood down in 2016, a spokesperson for the Prime Minister said that the Chief Mouser position was technically
the Chief Mouser
role, so Larry would stay on.
Sadly, I can't take Larry with me. He belongs to the house and the staff love him very much, as do I.
Although after Theresa May moved in, concerns were raised over Larry's well-being.
The cat at number 10, who looks in a very sorry situation, limping with one paw in the air.
Of course, Larry was fine, but whenever there is an...
Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun for you at the sack. I'm Justin Freakin. We'll see you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol, live.